Welcome back here live to NOLA Motorsports Park. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Nationals. My name's Andrew Clements alongside Rob Howden. Team Bennett Micro Swift is working its way around the final corner. Rocco Simone and Jackson Gibson the front row for the main event. Drew Waltz and Troy Ferguson row number 2. Jackson Porter in the Hy-V number 21 Nitro Kart. And Kai Mars in row 3. Royce Vega, Matthew Cagle, Sawyer Chambers, Jaime Garcia. We're going racing on Sunday afternoon, and we're green down to turn 1. Nice run for the inside, and we got 2 around. One of them is the 45 of Sawyer Chambers, and driver that started 7th is stuck in the grass over on the outside of turn number 1. Down the backstretch here for the first time. 2-driver breakaway up front. It is Drew Waltz pushing on Rocco Simone while they battle behind. Jackson Gibson getting hung out to dry on the outside lane. He'll lose about 3 or 4 positions. Slots into what looks to be 6th place on the racetrack as they work their way out of turn number 8 here. 20 laps the distance. We're half a lap in to this Micro Swift main event. And Rocco Simone leading over Drew Waltz in the Motorsport Burrell Art. Then it's Jackson Porter with a good start up to 3rd, although he goes a little wide at 11 and 12, and that'll allow Troy Ferguson to close in, headed to turns 13 and 14. First time by to 15 for the 95 of Rocco Simone in the Parolin. Great start, great weekend in the works, and it looks like it could get a little bit better as we see Jackson Porter drop a wheel. He'll give up a position to Ferguson for 3rd. 1 lap complete this time by.
Again, drivers settling in to run what will be a long 20-lap race. Rocco Simone, the leader. Drew Waltz, 2nd. Troy Ferguson, 3rd. Jackson Porter, 4th. And Royce Vega, your initial top 5. Jackson Gibson across the line in 6 spots. Antonio Pizzonia Neto in 7th. Matthew Cagle, 8th. Jaime Garcia, 9th. And Braden Wagner up 3 spots, able to work his way into the top 10. Rocco Simone, the leader, as they work their way now through the back part of the racetrack here, coming through, of course, the chicane of turns 5, 6, and 7 through the left-hand turn number 8. And again, the lead between the front 2 drivers starting to build up. About 0.8 of a second last time by. Yesterday's winner, Troy Ferguson, running in that 3rd position. But Rocco Simone on the Parolin and Drew Waltz on the Burrell Art, the true drivers out front here now, both living in Florida now. We'll see how they work as they come out of turn number 15. We got some more racing a little bit further back. That's the battle for actually 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's Jackson Gibson, Pizzonia, Cagle, all in the middle of that fight. That is 6th, probably back, I want to say, to maybe 12th, or maybe 15th or 16th, actually, to be honest. There's a bunch of karts in that group, maybe 10 cars in total coming across the line. Nicholas Orbezo, who's back in 13th, was a podium finisher yesterday. He's got work to do to get himself back forward, but nonetheless, a strong 2-driver breakaway between Rocco Simone and Drew Waltz. Then a 3-driver group of Troy Ferguson, Royce Vega, and Jackson Gibson. Next group coming through here, as we said, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 karts probably in that group. So what, 6th all the way back. What a big group there lining up. But a breakaway, as we said, for 2 drivers, Rocco Simone and Drew Waltz, very early in this run. The key is, will they be able to hold those positions and stretch away? We're watching that second group right now work their way through the chicane now, back over into turn number 15. Here's that shot, the wide shot coming out of turn 15, back over to 60. There's your lead gap there. They've now worked their way out of turn number 17. All right, next group, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, closing up. Simone leading the way. Drew Waltz. You can see Drew quite a bit taller than Rocco. You can see how much higher Drew Waltz sits up in the car. That white helmet eclipsing over the tops of the draft, maybe not quite as effective for Drew Waltz, but he still stays right there. Troy Ferguson, yesterday's winner, just went purple. He's been able to gap Royce Vega and Jackson Gibson just a little bit, and there's a bit of a move there as well. That is Jackson Gibson getting to the inside of Royce Vega, I believe. Yeah, he's trying to keep up with Troy Ferguson again. Didn't want to see him pull away. So Jackson Gibson has gone into 4th, wants to reel back in Ferguson, who literally is trying to just reel in Simone and Waltz all by himself. The gap now between 2nd and 3rd, last time by, was almost a full second, 0.985 seconds, but Ferguson had gone purple. So he's about trying to reel these guys back in. He was the outright winner yesterday. Troy Ferguson topped all 3 sessions. Has not done that yet today. Still in the fight for sure. Worked his way back up into 4th in the pre-final after a qualifying session outside the top 3. Let's see if he's able to continue to put good lap times down. He does, a little bit quicker than Drew Waltz, but it was Simone who went purple with a 109.874. Gibson now 4th, Vega 5th, Cagle 6th, Porter 7th. Aston Wyatt up 15th positions. Aston Wyatt started 23rd, a tremendous opening stanza for Aston Wyatt in that number 77 machine up into 8th spot. Wyatt on the Burrell Art, driver out of Texas, running with Speed Sports. Great job for Aston Wyatt up into 8th position. Again, that group behind that lead duo and then the 3 drivers behind them really stacking up once again. That's all that battling you're seeing further back. Otherwise, up front, we definitely got a breakaway right now because you go 4 seconds back from Vega to Matthew Cagle, who's got Jackson Porter, Wyatt, as I mentioned, Pizzonia's right there, Wagner, Jaime Garcia, Luke Giglio, Alexander Procuna, or Bezos right there as well. Everybody's lining up all the way back into the drivers outside the top 15. Indeed, back across the line once again. Troy Ferguson again, purple, 109.7. He made up a lot of ground that time on Simone and Waltz. Cut probably 2 to 3/10 of a second. You can see it visibly as they work their way over through turn number 5 now. Troy Ferguson ready to reel it in and make it a 3-driver battle for the win. Simone and Waltz would more than love to pull away to keep it just a 2-driver battle, but I don't know that they're going to be a hold back. Yesterday's winner, Troy Ferguson. He is on a roll right now. We've seen purple laps over the last couple, and that gap, which was once almost 2 seconds, is down to 7/10. Look at this. Look how quick he is coming through the midway part of this racetrack. He's going to get the draft as he is right now. And as they come in, the fastest driver on the racetrack, Troy Ferguson, he makes it 3 drivers up front incredibly quickly. No wasted time for Ferguson. He's going to find himself on the rear bumper out of turn 17 of Drew Waltz. And indeed, it is a 3-driver fight out front right now. 4th place driver having some trouble. That was Jackson Gibson, hung a wheel coming out of turn number 17, the other side of the rumbles, and he lost a bunch of ground. That brought Royce Vega back into it. And here's a move for the lead. We'll put Waltz in the front. He gets a bit of help from Troy Ferguson. And after 6 laps with Rocco Simone up front, Xander Clemens, Drew Waltz now the leader. And now it's Troy Ferguson. He immediately goes by in turn 5.
Quick pass there by Ferguson to go by on Waltz, and we've still got plenty of racing to go here in this one. Far from over. There are 13 and a half laps left around NOLA Motorsports Park for the Micro Swift drivers. They've been shuffling and dicing for the entire first 6 circuits around this 1.1 mile racetrack. Still a 3-driver break with a 2.5 to 3 second gap back to Gibson after he got sent to the wayside. And at the moment, he's not really making much headway. So we'll see what the times look like this time around. A little bobble there from Ferguson. He drops a wheel out of 15. Drew Waltz back to the lead, and he'll go wide with the dirt on the tires. Simone looking to the inside down the front stretch. He'll get by him for second, and Drew Waltz will lead lap number 7.
Xander, all that work. He was able to reel them all the way in, gets by them, a couple of great passes to go to the lead, and just tried to carry a little too much speed and a little bit wide of the exit coming out of turn number 15. Dropped a wheel there. We've seen drivers do that over the last number of years racing here at NOLA. You drop the wheel when you're really trying to roll that speed out of 15, and it really catches these guys off guard. And it did for Troy Ferguson. Now, it didn't hurt him that much. He's back to P3. He knows he has the speed as they come through turn number 9 right now, but this has given Rocco Simone an opportunity to stretch away a little bit. And again, we're not even to the halfway point of this, only 7 laps down.
Yeah, only 7 laps into this one here as they go on through the turn 11, 12 complex over to 13 and 14. 2 karts apiece headed through the chicane. Drew Waltz closing in towards Simone, headed into turn 15. Kart length apart there, then big gap back to Jackson Gibson and Royce Vega, trying to work together to make up ground. Last time by, they were slower by about 6/10. Let's see what it looks like this time as Simone takes over the lead. Waltz to second. across the line. Simone a 1:10.5, Gibson and Vega 1:10.4. So they picked a 10th off, but they need to be a little bit closer, and Gibson runs a little wide out of turn 1. That'll hurt him. Meanwhile, Drew Waltz pushing away hard on Rocco Simone down to turn 4 with Troy Ferguson pulling up in the tow. It looks like it will just be these three here to the end, which if you're in Troy Ferguson's camp, that's a heck of a start to the season, at least right now, barring any penalties or mechanical failures. He's staring down a podium finish following a perfect Saturday. That's a big, big amount of points looking into Utah.
If you're watching on live timing, I will confirm this. On the schedule, it says 18 laps for Micro Swift and Mini Swift. What we're seeing on live timing, 8 laps down, 12 to go. That would be a 20-lapper. I'll confirm this with SKUSA right now. It could just be 8 laps down, 10 to go. We'll find out for sure. I'm sure the drivers will be looking forward to that as well. Nonetheless, 18 laps, I believe the schedule distance. I'll make a confirmation. But still, not even to the halfway point for these three drivers who have been battling for the last number of laps.
Yeah, so we'll check into that while we come. And it looks like it is the timing off as the halfway markers given here this time on lap number 9 with 11 to go, potentially 9 to go on the 18 lappers. So if that is indeed the case, then that will be a big change on the leaderboard, but it won't be a big change for the drivers. Drew Walt's going to go down the inside here. He'll take back the lead. Ferguson will follow through to 4. As they go through the chicane once again here, Waltz will take them on out. Rob, you're back in from the SKUSA Race Control. What have you got?
Yeah, confirming it is an 18-lapper. They'll get that updated on live timing when they can. But, yeah, 18 laps to distance here, so we are at the halfway point now. 9 down, 9 to go. And, again, as we said, these front three drivers look like they're going to be the ones to challenge. 3.3 seconds back to Jackson Gibson and Royce Vega. Another almost 4.5 back to Luke Giglio, who's up 12 positions, Xander. Started 18th up into 6th. Great job. Great run here for Luke.
Yeah, digging back forward after an unfortunate ending to the pre-final. The same for Aston Wyatt. 16 spots gained to 7th. Now they are about 5 seconds back from Royce Vega and Jackson Gibson, but at least they're running competitive lap times. They can hold their heads on that one there, because last time by they were a little bit slower. Let's see where they end up here with 10 laps complete for Giglio and his group. Coming down the backstretch is Vega and Gibson. There they go. We'll pick up Giglio's pack right here, headed down the backstretch. Aston Wyatt has gone ahead of Giglio. Giglio going back on Wyatt down to turn number 4. He's going to bring some company as it looks like Matthew Cagle will get through. No, Wyatt hangs on. Cagle not able to get by.
Troy Ferguson find his way back to the front at one point. This is impressive as it's been for this weekend for the young driver. Dominated the action yesterday. Ferguson in that number 43 machine. Looking forward to seeing how this will play out for the remainder of the run. But the driver from Seal Beach, California, running with Team Bennick out front. When last time by the stripe, it was he, Waltz, and Simone. Big gap back to Jackson Gibson. Watching this next battle. Or what battle are we watching here? With 4 drivers lining up here right now.
This is 6th back to 9th.
There you
so
go.
That's going to be Luke Giglio over Aston Wyatt. Kai Mars just got by Matthew Cagle. So Mars in the white and green Trinity karting group, Kart Republic. And then Cagle in the orange and black. I believe he's under the Arcane Motorsports banner. No, Santa Racing. The Santa Racing team in the 48. So Matthew Cagle in the Santa Racing group. And then a group further back. Here's your leaders again. Troy Ferguson now on the point, now with 7 laps to go. Drew Waltz right behind him. Oh, look at that. Giglio getting freight trained down the back straightaway. Kai Mars takes over 6th. So they're going to probably shuffle for that spot just as the same way the leaders will, because you can see there's some groups behind them. A lot of daylight out in front. I mean, it's about a 5-second margin to Royce Vega and Jackson Gibson from where they are currently. With only 7 laps remaining, that's a lot of time to make up.
Yeah, and as they battle, as you said, this fight here from 6th back into 9th, you got Braden Wagner and Nicholas Orbeza right there. Not that far back at all, and Braden Wagner actually just turned his fast lap, a 1:10.191. And that was significantly quicker than the guys up front, a full second faster than Luke Giglio. So I would expect to see Braden Wagner and Nicholas Orbeza come up there as well. We may have 6 drivers from 6th back to 11th, scrapping it out here right now. And again, this is what we've got going. Good battle. And again, those guys a little bit further back trying to work their way forward. Back to your leaders, Troy Ferguson. You can see again how much taller Drew Waltz is, just right up on top there. sits quite a bit higher than both Ferguson and Simone. Drew Waltz, who runs for the Motaz Group crew. Oh, a couple drivers getting a little wide coming through. That's that battle further back that we talked about. There's a lot of action there between Mars, Wyatt, Cagle, and Giglio. Kai Mars has fought his way up into, I believe, the 6th spot. So again, these drivers essentially running for 6th back to 11th. And here comes, as we said before, Braden Wagner and Nicholas Orbezo. Orbezo on the podium yesterday. Up front, Troy Ferguson, Drew Waltz, and Rocco Simone. Both Waltz and Simone turning their fastest laps last time by. They look like they're ready to challenge. Here come the leaders again across the line. We'll put lap 13 in the books. 5 more laps remaining. Waiting for Ferguson to potentially get defensive, and he's not. He's hanging out where he is right now. They've got a major gap back, over 5 seconds to Royce Vega. So this front-running trio, essentially your unofficial podium as they run on the racetrack. Where they will finish, we don't know. Hopefully they won't take each other out. These drivers will be up on the podium if they battle, but we'll see which steps they each take. Ferguson, of course, on the top of the box yesterday. His first Pro Tour victory, winning the actually first main event of the 2022 Pro Tour season, as Micro Swift leading things off. And the full run through the rotation we'll have here this afternoon to cap off the main events for this year's Winter Nationals. Drew Waltz looking to turn things up as well. He'd like to put himself on the national stage with a victory here on the Burrell Art for Motaz Sport. Driver who spends a lot of time at Anderson Race Park down in Palmetto, Florida. Ferguson on the Bennick. Waltz on the Burrell Art. Simone on the Parolin USA entry. 4th and 5th now, Royce Vega on the Bennick, and Jackson Gibson on that Cosmic for Rollison Performance Group. There's Kai Mars leading that next group. Mars, Giglio, Orbezo, Wyatt, Wagner, Cagle. Another 2.5 back to Alexander Pocrugna in the 12th position. But Xander, this is getting good. We got ourselves a couple of battles, right? Battle for the race win, battle for 4th, and a battle for 6th.
Yeah, we've got a couple good fights all the way through, and this battle for 6 has erupted to add more cars, as you've talked about, with Mars leading the pack coming out of that section. 6 drivers all single file headed on in towards the infield here and into turn number 10. The leaders up front, it's been Ferguson, Waltz, and Simone, and that has not changed. They're all just about a car length apart and then link up down the backstretch. They'll be coming to see 5 to go along with this group as well this time by, so we're getting to the closing stages of this one. Sorry, not 5 to go, 3 to go,
yeah,
as it'll be 15 laps complete out of the 18. So while the ticker is off, the race itself, 3 laps remaining. And look at this, they got a little bit in too deep. Cagle battling with Nico Orbezo, Aston Wyatt. I think all the way through, Wyatt's fallen to the back of the group. Might be Braden Wagner getting in there. Wagner able to get by Wyatt for a moment, along with Cagle, so moves Wyatt down to 11th for a driver that was up 16 spots at one point. Still up 12, which is an impressive run.
Yeah, we've seen Kai Mars in 6th and Luke Giglio in 7th pull away a bit. They've pulled up a full second on Nicholas Orbezo. So, again, 3-driver battle for 1st, and the 2-driver battle for 4th, and then the same thing going for 6th and 7th as Kai Mars and Luke Giglio lined up. But it's, again, up front, Troy Ferguson, Drew Waltz, Rocco Simone. It'll be 2 laps to go next time by. We're watching this fight a little bit further back. That is Orbezo running in 8th, Brandon Wagner in 9th, Braden Wagner, rather, in 9th, Matthew Cagle in 10th, and Aston Wyatt back there in the 11th position. The fight now a little bit further back, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Troy Ferguson trying to get the job done. He is slowly but surely stretching away. He's been chipping it out. 0.2 of a second last time by. Now over 0.3. Ferguson into turn number 1. This is kind of what we saw yesterday with Caleb Gaffer when he was trying to pull away as well from Brandon Carr and Max Garcia. Just that, couple of tenths, maybe even a little less than that, finally breaking the draft until they start battling it out against each other for second and don't worry about first. We're going to see that pretty soon with Drew Waltz and Rocco Simone.
Right, it'll be tough for that to be pulled off ultimately here for Troy Ferguson and company, granted, because the draft is so much more massive in this class than, let's say, the X30 Junior division that has a little bit more horsepower to get down the straightaway, because even though he's able to pull so much to this infield, they still can really hook up and run him down the backstretch. That said, they only got to within a kart length by turn number 4. They need more than that if they want to be able to challenge him. A lap and a quarter to go. Troy Ferguson looking for back-to-back jacks. I mean, massive, massive points in the championship, and just a massive statement for a kid trying to assert himself as a contender in every micro event he goes to here this year. This would be huge. Drew Waltz, Rocco Simone, there they go. They'll battle for second that time. Simone goes
nice.
by,
yeah.
And that's going to really make things hard for them to catch up to Ferguson. I mean, you can see that margin is huge.
What did I say, right? The minute one driver has to make that move to not let the other driver get away, that kind of makes things happen. White flag flying this time by. That was a really nice tight apex move around turn number 17 for Rocco Simone. He has worked his way into the second spot. But that's the lead right now for Troy Ferguson coming through 3 and 4. A massive advantage, probably about 0.8 of a second. As Simone's gotten into second, Waltz to third. And again, Simone trying to get up on the wheel, but probably too little too late. Drew Waltz is going to try to get back on Simone. But there's the gap for Ferguson right now. Pretty strong, Xander, as he works his way into turn number 10.
Very strong out of turn number 10. That gap 7, 8 car lengths and growing. It'll be Simone on the defense from Drew Waltz to hang on to the second position, headed through 13 and 14. Coming to turn 15 for what could be the final time without a pass for second, because we might get him into 17. Last time over there, does he get by as your leader comes around the final corner?
Big move to the inside for Rocco Simone to hold the spot, but indeed back-to-back jacks in Micro Swift as Troy Ferguson for Team Bennick winning his second race of the weekend. Rocco Simone coming on top of the battle with Drew Waltz for the second spot. Ferguson, Simone, and Waltz unofficially on the podium in Micro. Royce Vega outgunning Jackson Gibson for fourth. Kai Mars getting sixth. Nicholas Orbezo, his second straight top 10 finish of the weekend. Matthew Cagle ends up in eighth. Braden Wagner in ninth, and an 8th position improvement for Luke Giglio, up from 18th to 10th. Aston Wyatt started 23rd, and he ends up driving his way up to 11th. Some really solid advancements for drivers starting deeper in the field. But for Troy Ferguson, who did not qualify well, didn't even win the pre-final, showed again the racecraft is there. Xander did a fantastic job, worked his way to that front-running duo, got himself to the front, and even when he dropped a spot here and there, kept his cool, was able to find his way back up front, and over the last couple laps, got it done, a 1-second win over Rocco Simone and Drew Waltz.
Phenomenal stuff from Troy Ferguson and the Team Bennick camp here to win out in the Micro Swift main events for both days here at NOLA Motorsports Park. We're going to take a commercial break. When we come back, the KA100 Juniors will be getting set to go green here for their main events. Here we are back for KA100 Junior, getting set to go green here this time by Parker DeLong on the point. Alongside him should be Caleb Gaffera, and there he goes. He'll lock himself into line. Then row number 2, it'll be Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Cameron Reed. Row 3, Valentino Garbarino and Steven Eisert. Row 4, Keegan Kaminsky and Elio Meza. Row 5, Ivana Richards and Cooper Shipman. They're in the tram lines. Group number 2, 30 drivers strong, looking for the green flag. We've got it to turn 1 and down to the inside. DeLong leads them to the first corner. Gaffera trying to hang on the outside lane. He'll lose 2 spots as it looks like Vasquez gets to second. Garbarino's going to get through into third, and they'll all cycle to the bottom side down to turn number 4, right by the grass for the lead.
Clean through the opening couple of corners. Good so far through turns 3 and 4. 3 wide deeper in the field. Someone's got to give as they funnel back into single file order through turns number 5, 6, and 7. Through turn number 8, the left-hander. A little bit of the straight run through there. What was a chicane a number of years ago. Straight run through to turn number 9 and turn number 10. And finally, the field fully single file as they come through turns 10 and 11. Great start for Parker DeLong. As we had said, Caleb Gaffera did the best he could from the outside of row number 2. Fell back into 4th, but has already clawed back 1 position. Moved Gaffera up into 3rd. But Parker DeLong, I believe, the leader as they work their way out of turn number 17. We'll give you a rundown of the top 10 out of 17 back across the line. KA100 Junior brought to you by Nash Motorsports underway. DeLong the leader. Garbarino up 3 spots to second. Gaffera goes 3rd. Vasquez 4th. Reed 5th. Good racing deeper in the field. 6th is Keegan Kaminsky. 7th, Elio Mesa. 4 spots up for Spencer Conrad, Ivana Richards, and Steven Eisert round out the early opening lap top 10.
Aggressive move there by Caleb Gaffera. He's getting down to business on Valentino Garbarino and got through for second. Slid it down the inside into 4. Garbarino slotted to 3rd. Vasquez Jr. is 4th. Then 5th on the racetrack with a great start. Kaminsky up quite a few positions off the drop of the green here. Now 2 gain. Here comes Vasquez on Garbarino. Kaminsky not able to follow. Garbarino hangs on to 4th but loses another spot here this lap. And the top 2 get further away. Gaffera with about a half-second gap out the back. He wants the lead, though, and he'll take it away in turn 15. Caleb Gaffera leads here, coming to put 2 laps in the books.
Well, I would say that's just to show the intent right there. You said it, Xander, like really wanted to get himself out front. Caleb Gaffera likes the open racetrack. It worked for him yesterday. He was able to hold off Brandon Carr and Max Garcia late in the run to get the win. He goes back out front, and we'll see whether or not Parker DeLong wants to work with them. Looks to me like the first run down in this particular configuration. He does. They'll line things up, but it's definitely not a 2-driver breakaway at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, maybe 7 drivers, Xander, in the opening group all the way back to Elio Mesa.
Yeah, Elio Meza latching on there at the end behind him. Ivana Richards, it's still close. Then it's Steven Eisert. It goes all the way back to Ernesto Rivera in the 11th position. This pack right now. Now that will inevitably split here when they start to battle midway through it, and then they won't be able to catch up to the drivers in front. But for the moment, it's a cool shot of Caleb Gaffera leading 11 drivers strong to turn 15. Big mistake from Keegan Kaminsky in the GFC. He drops a tire in the chicane, and he'll get swallowed up. That right there is exactly what I'm talking about. Moves like that will split that pack apart. Kaminsky hangs on here ahead of Rivera, but Rivera beaten on the rear bumper as Spencer Conrad is looking for a way past as well.
Yeah, Xander, and that's exactly what happens, right? You mentioned something's going to happen to break it apart. Everybody's in line. Well, Keegan Kaminsky drops a wheel. Everybody else behind's got to check up a little bit. He ends up getting swallowed up, like you had said, in turn number 15. That's kind of broke things apart. Plus, then you start seeing drivers up front begin to race, like Parker DeLong going back by Caleb Gaffera at the end of the back straightaway. That packs the front up again. We had 7 or 8 in the lead group. Now it's almost back to 7, I think. Yeah, 7th place is closing back up, but the driver's a little bit further back, falling back. That really has brought a couple of new drivers in, both Cameron Reed and Ivana Richards, the 2 young ladies joining the tail of the field.
Yeah, the 2 young ladies here almost there in this lead group as DeLong has Jesus Vasquez Jr. pushing him to 15. Does he go by? He does not. Pass back for 4th. Meza gets by on Garbarino. Yesterday's winner coming through the field. He's made up a couple already as Vasquez Jr. in the final corner takes over the lead with 16 laps to go.
Vasquez, DeLong, Gaffera, Meza, Garbarino, Reed, Richards, and then a half a second back to Steven Eisert, although Eisert, the driver further back in 8th, just went purple. 105.3 6-3. Fastest driver on the racetrack now closing up. We could have an 8 or a 9 driver battle up front. The gap we expected to develop has not yet done so. 8-9 drivers in this lead group led by Jesus Vasquez Jr.
Yeah, he's got a great exit out of turn number 8. It looks like pulled the cart length over Parker DeLong. They'll head into 10. They're late. Move on the brakes by Oscar Iliff. Caught Valentino Garbarino off guard. And now Elio Meza getting his elbows up on Gaffera. He gets by in 11 and 12. Move Elio Meza up to third. And the charge forward continues. That's 5 spots gained if you're keeping track here for the Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart driver. 2 more to go and he'll get to the top spot. Behind Gaffera, that's Cameron Reed. It looks like trying to get away by. Not my mistake, called that Oscar Iliff. Oscar's back in 13th. That was Cameron Reed getting a good move on Garbarino. So she's on the way forward up to 5th. And looking on Gaffero down the back straightaway.
Top 3 drivers trying to stretch away. Count that one off as DeLong's going to go back down the inside. He'll bring Mesa with him. Parker DeLong does not want to work with those in front of him. He wants to lead. He goes back to the front. Mesa, remember, was 7th about 3 laps ago. A methodical move forward for Elio Mesa, picking drivers off one at a time, slotting himself into second. Let's see whether or not he tries to push Parker DeLong away or whether he wants to go to the lead as well. And there's the answer to the question quite quickly. Into the inside of turn number 11. Book it. Mesa goes to P1. Great dive to the bottom of the racetrack, bringing Vasquez along with him.
Elio Meza, we talked to him in the pre-final stream earlier today. Seems like he's in really good spirits. He seems at one with the car, and Charlie Swain and the Iron Rock Motorsports team have him tuned in here this weekend. Elio Meza leads with 14 laps to go. Little bit of defense into 1. And I think it's going to be a little bit early for that, but there's going to be a big train of go-karts for quite some time, it looks like, in KA Junior's main event as Vasquez pushes with him. DeLong going to push also. They all know how quick the 827 is. If they follow him, they might be able to break the draft a little ways as there's a small gap back from Ivana Richards to Valentino Garbarino, make it half a second.
Yeah, this is a 20-lapper, and no one seems content over the first handful of laps to work with anybody else to try to pull away. Essentially, everybody's just been kind of throwing haymakers at each other to see who can kind of stretch out front. And right now, Mesa's gone to P1. Let's see if he's able to pull away. Vasquez has already led. Gaffera's already led. We know DeLong's been out front. None of these guys have worked with each other at all, and this has allowed everybody else to come back in. Cameron Reed now up into the 5th spot. Ivana Richards up 3 spots. She moves into the 6th position. And now we got 0.6 of a second back to Garbarino. So the 6 drivers in the lead group trying to settle in. You can see a minor gap back. But Xander, nothing like we saw yesterday with a big breakaway group.
No, nothing at all. Although we'll say Steven Eisert in 7th might be able to make it 7 up front once again here because he just ran his best lap of the race last time by. Was 0.3 quicker than the race leader Elio Meza as we see looking to turn 4. Cameron Reed takes over the 4th spot from Caleb Gaffera. She moves up another one. Richards now to the bumper of the 844, or the 820 of Gaffera in the 5th position. And under pressure, Reed, great run through the infield chicane. She's already right to the bumper of Parker DeLong, looking for 3rd.
A really great run here for Cameron Reed. I was messaging with her a little bit earlier on this winter, talking about the fact that she's been doing some Formula 1600 racing as well. They picked up a Piper Formula 1600, so she's transitioning back and forth, having some fun, running a race car here with Iron Rock Motorsports as well, back in the seat of the kart. I don't know whether or not just a different experience or whatever it may be. We've seen her run really well many times, but she is dialing things up here. And again, a Louisiana native as well, which is great, Xander, as she's running very strongly here, P4, as you had said.
Representing home turf nicely as Ivana Richards was able to pick off another spot. She got by Caleb Gaffera, who has now dropped to 6th. Here comes Jesus Vasquez Jr., tired of waiting. He'll go through to the lead. DeLong push into 2nd. That'll link the Iron Rock Tony Kart teammates together as Elio Meza slots into 3rd, just ahead of Cameron Reed. And meanwhile, Gaffera going back by on Richards has caused a little bit of separation from the lead pack of 4 for his group of 3, 5th, 6th, and 7th. So it's Vasquez, DeLong, Meza, Reed, and then about 7 car lengths to find Caleb Gaffera.
Yeah, we'll see if Gaffera now up into that position has a chance to maybe stretch them forward. He is now into 5th in front of Richards and Cameron Reed. So we'll see whether, Richards and Steven Eisert are right there. We'll see if he's able to lead them forward. Eisert now making a move to the inside of Richards, I believe. So move Gaffera to 6th, Eisert to 6th, Richards to 7th. We'll see if that lineup works. Gaffera starting to stretch away from them already. He sees those leaders pulling away, and indeed, Gaffera dropping a lap. He's 0.6 of a second back, but made up at least 2 to 3 tenths on both Mesa and Reed on that last lap. Here comes a move again for the lead. Parker DeLong, I've said this before, wants to be out front. He brings everybody with him. Move Vasquez to the back. DeLong goes to P1. Mason to 2nd. Reed to 3rd. Vasquez Jr. back to 4th.
Yeah, Vasquez Jr. all the way to the end of the grouping. DeLong with Mesa still right on. He could make another move in turn 11 like he's done multiple times already. He seems to like it there, although he gets a little shot in the center of the corner from Cameron Reed. That turn 10 corner has been one of the roughest parts of the racetrack. They've done a lot of work to it. You can see the patchwork on a few other parts here around NOLA Motorsports Park as the asphalt has aged. He took a grinder, grinded the track down. It was a big talking point we mentioned a little bit yesterday, Rob, about the grip levels.
Yeah.
Typically, being a green racetrack, when you grind off that top surface of dirty rubber and just dirt and grime over the years, you get down to that brand new asphalt underneath that has not seen racing karts yet. That's going to have a lot of grip on it. So it's not to the level of the Rhino patches we see at maybe Newcastle Motorsports Park or Pittsburgh, but it's definitely seeming to have a little more grip than the other parts of the circuit.
Well, anytime someone lays down an asphalt surface, it all depends on what kind of aggregate's used, right? The size of the aggregate that's used, the stones, the rocks that are part of that asphalt. And again, as it gets rubbered up and worn down, it gets smooth. And the minute you kind of grind it back, you go back to almost the initial surface, the initial composition of the actual asphalt itself. You'll get that grip back. And we've seen that in a number of areas. We saw a lot of it yesterday as well. And these drivers all, of course, getting a good feel for it now, having almost run their entire first day of competition, not practice, here in dry weather conditions. I like the way things are shaking up here right now. DeLong and Mesa looking like they're ready to pull away. But Caleb DeFerra's coming up. Cameron Reed stepping up as well, although Vasquez gone back to P3 on this last lap.
Yeah, Vasquez fading a little ways, but he should be good enough to close back up when they get back down the back straightaway once again here. 9 laps to go based on the timing monitor. 11 laps complete. Still plenty of time left for a lot of different things to happen as they go down the back straightaway. Mesa on the bumper of DeLong. DeLong says, hey, buddy, keep pushing. They're not connected behind us, and that's going to hopefully open the door for them to get away, but I wouldn't be so sure of it. Past there, back behind, there's Garbarino on and Ernesto Rivera. So Valentino Garbarino able to get the 9th spot back after fading from his top 5 starting position. Garbarino up into 9th, Rivera back to 10th, and pairs of 2 headed through turn number 10. The top 2, then 3rd and 4th with Vasquez Jr. and Cameron Reed. And then we've got Caleb Gaffera and then Steven Eisert kind of separated and on their lonesome a little bit, headed through turn 14. 8 laps to go this time by. Parker DeLong still showing the way out front while Steven Eisert and Caleb Gaffera working together to try and make it 6 drivers in the lead group once again.
Yeah, still 9 laps to go. As things were shaking down there a lap and a half, a couple laps ago, I was sure that Caleb Gaffera was going to be able to fight his way back up. This one right now, and the way we're hanging in here, I think the credit belongs to Elio Mesa because he is not starting to push on Parker DeLong. We've seen Parker trying to lead all the time, trying to lead. Even if he comes back, he goes back to the lead, kind of keeping things tight. Mesa has shown good patience here right now. He's got P2 trying to push away. He knows he's got fast drivers behind him. Vasquez, Reed, Gaffera, Steven Eisert just went purple as well. There's a lot of fast drivers from 3rd back to 6th. But Elio Mesa right now staying with his wingman, not leaving at all, not letting the other guys close up. I don't know that Parker DeLong's the fastest driver on the racetrack, the fastest leader, but at this point here, Mesa's going to try to roll the dice to see if it happens. There's your answer. Vasquez almost right back up. Here we go, the entire top 6. Stack them and pack them once again indeed. Mesa says this guy got to go. He goes into P1 with a move to the inside of 15. Vasquez comes with him. DeLong goes back to P3.
Good move by Elio Mesa, perfectly timed. As soon as the pack arrived, he went by, and that moved DeLong 1 spot further behind him. The bad part is they're only 1 car length back as Steven Eisert gets by on Cameron Reed. They're 1 back down the back straightaway here. Here comes the big run. Mesa knows it. He's going to start blocking now with 7 to go. They'll fan out behind him. Vasquez Jr. goes a little bit wide. DeLong crossover, gets into 2nd. Nicely done here by Parker DeLong.
Yeah, Parker DeLong saw what was happening. The block down to the bottom, a big over-under allowed him to get to the inside of Vasquez going to turn 4. But Elio Mesa now out front. Laps winding down. 7 laps remaining in a 20-lapper. Here goes Gaffera down to the inside. An aggressive move on Vasquez. Gaffera goes to P3. A late move, shallow entry there into turn number 10 for Caleb Gaffera. He'll go to 3rd, move Vasquez back to 4th. That move in that corner lost a lot of exit speed. That's allowed Mesa and Vasquez a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, giving them a little bit of time to try and work on that lead. Unfortunately, Mesa and DeLong are unhooked at the moment, so Gaffera and Vasquez, with a little bit of help from Steven Iser, should be able to close that gap finally back up. With 6 laps to go, we've got 6 drivers all in contention. Oscar Iliff, half a second back from Cameron Reed. Look at them all going down the backstretch. Again, Mesa defending early here through 4 and 5. That'll stack them up nicely and make it 8 drivers in this lead pack here with just 5.5 laps to go. This could be anyone's race the way it could unfold.
Yeah, that looked to be like Steven Isert pushed Vasquez all the way by Caleb Gaffera down that back straightaway. So I think Vasquez back into 3rd. Isert now up to 4th. 5th is Gaffera. 6th is Cameron Reed. And hello, Oscar Iliff and Ivana Richards. 1.6 seconds back to Christian Cameron, who runs in 9th, and Valentino Garbarino in 10th. But we're going to have 8 drivers separated by about 2 seconds. Lots are going to happen still up front, as we know. Elio Mesa, your leader, but I think that Parker DeLong, as we know, has pushed hard to get himself forward. There's a lot of racing right now outside the top 3.
Yeah, lots of racing still going on as Iliff battles with Isert. He eventually gives in, stays back in 7th. Isert hangs on to 6th. 5 to go down the back straightaway. Mesa goes to the bottom to block again. Here's the problem. When you do this every single lap, you become predictable, and the guy behind you can continue to plan how to beat you, and here he goes. DeLong gets a nose on the inside, and he gets by in turn 6.
Tough thing about that pass there is you lose so much ground coming through. You lose so much speed out of turn number 4. Gaffera's back in the hunt, and he's going to bring Cameron Reed along with him as well. So 8 drivers stacking back up again. Just such a tough place to try to make the move. Gaffera did it himself in turn number 10 and lost a lot of ground to Vasquez, but that move for Parker DeLong to the inside of turn number 3 and 4 has brought Gaffera back in, Cameron Reed, Isert, Iliff, and Richards, tightening everything up here in the top 8.
Yeah, tightening things up majorly here for KA100 Junior. Parker DeLong, Elio Mesa, Jesus Vasquez Jr. I mean, this whole line is single file with a half car length between them. Headed down to turn number 1. Gaffera to the inside of Vasquez Jr. He'll get by in the first corner, and down the back straightaway, he takes over the position.
Yeah, it depends on what kind of a run he gets down the back street. Is he going to have any help, or are they going to go back by him? No, Vasquez will tuck in there. Didn't want to go by. Probably a good idea for Vasquez. If you did that, it may give an opportunity for the 2 leaders to pull away a little bit. It's still 4 laps to go. It'll be 3 to go when they come back around. So this thing's starting to get a little more interesting right now. Now every one of the drivers, Xander, in this top 8 is thinking about how far I need to get forward. Where do I need to be? Elio Mesa in the catbird seat right now, sitting P2. He can go to the lead. He can challenge on the final circuit. He can kind of bide his time. Caleb Gaffera not bad in 3rd, but if you're like Vasquez, Reed, Isert, you got to go forward. You can't be where you are if you want to win this race.
No, you cannot here. They got to get going. 3 laps to go for KA100 Junior. Parker DeLong, Elio Mesa. Mesa going to go a little bit narrow on the defense mode. He knows Gaffera's there. 3 laps to go this time by the start-finish line. 2 car lengths between them.
Caleb Gaffera trying to line up Mesa. He knows he's got to find his way into P2 if he wants to be the driver to challenge here. Here goes Mesa. He's going to go to the bottom. This will be the run down the straightaway. Is Mesa losing a spot? I think they may have drove around the outside of him. Indeed, Caleb Gaffera and Jesus Vasquez line up. They drive around the outside of Elio Mesa. So move Caleb Gaffera back to 2nd. Parker DeLong, your leader, as the lap's winding down. 17 in the books, 3 laps to go, 2 remaining when they get by. Gaffera to the inside. DeLong looked like he was coming across potentially to run the block line to the inside. They made contact a bit there. That moved DeLong to the outside of the racetrack. I wish I could see a replay of that one. It looks to me like Gafera was going down to the bottom, and I think that a late move that DeLong thought he needed to come back across. Gafera's going to get shuffled back a couple of spots here as he lost the ground. Vasquez now goes to the lead. A ton of action as now DeLong going to slot in behind Gafera. It's Vasquez, Mesa, Gafera, Eisert, Reed, and DeLong right now as we got drivers off the racetrack here coming onto the front straightaway and going around. That looks to be potentially the 841 of Cooper Shipman, I think, around there.
Indeed, Cooper Shipman out of the go-kart coming out of the final corner. So his day is done. We go back to the action over here coming through the infield chicane. We'll pick them up here in just a moment. Elio Meza leads over Gafera. Vasquez, Eisert. I mean, I can't imagine all the marbles that got onto the tires of Parker DeLong when he took that shot and sent him wide in turn number 10. You can see the rubber mark on Gafera, so he was at least trying to get down on the inside. The rubber mark on the front bumper.
Is there a pushback, right?
Yeah, so it was, you know.
Right front to left rear for sure.
I think so. I mean, it was tough for going there. Obviously, we cut right back to the shot right as it happened, so an awkward position to call. Cameron Reed gets by Eisert. White flag in the air. Meza's lead is still 2 car lengths. It's Meza versus Gafera versus Vasquez Jr.
And we saw Vasquez team up with Gafera. Let's see if it happens again. Vasquez needs to go to P2. Getting by with Gafera would get the job done. They'll try to steamroll him down the back straightaway again. They're side by side. Gafera on the outside. He's going to take the lead. No, he does not. Oh, Meza holds him back. Contact between the two of them. Vasquez comes through. Gafera is going to be right in the middle of the racing line as they're all trying to get through. He is done and dusted. No speed there for Gafera. Out of turn number 9, Vasquez your leader. It's Meza running in the second spot. Through turn number 10 over to 11. Xander, what a last couple of laps here.
And they're all getting into each other. Parker DeLong putting the bumper to Caleb Gafera. Again, no love there. He's going to force him off and get back. Where's our leaders at? Here come the leaders to 15. It is Jesus Vasquez Jr. and Cameron Reed. Meza's back in third. Final corner. Coming this time by. Jesus Vasquez Jr. defends. Jesus Vasquez Jr. wins round 2.
What a race. So many different leaders in this one. Jesus Vasquez Jr. comes out as the race winner by just 99 thousandths of a second. Cameron Reed, the Louisiana girl, coming home. P2. Elio Mesa. Back-to-back podiums for him. Stephen Eisert, 4th. Oscar Iliff in 5th. Ivana Richards, 6th. Christian Cameron, 7th. Parker DeLong and Caleb Gafera, who battle it out both in turn 10 at one point, then out of 11 on the other. They end up 8th and 9th, respectively. Valentino Garbarino rounding out the top 10. Last couple of laps, hectic for the drivers here in KA100 Junior. Jesus Vasquez Jr., Xander, was in that fight the entire race, was led for a time, would fall back, helped Gafera street steamroll by Mesa at one point. When everything all broke loose, he was the driver that was able to stay clear of the melee, the chaos. He comes out up front, and Cameron Reed, who was at the tail of that top 8 at one point, ran such a superb race, positioned herself where she needed to be, stayed out of the chaos the same as Vasquez did, and they are rewarded with a first and second unofficial positions here. Elio Mesa as well, finishing in third, unofficially on the podium. Vasquez, Reed, and Mesa. Stephen Eisert and Oscar Iliff are right in there as well. The 8 drivers on that one, Xander. That was a ton of fun the last couple of laps. Quite hectic for the drivers in KA100 Junior.
What a performance again by Jesus Vasquez Jr. Like you said, he was in the hunt all race long, kept his nose clean, avoided the carnage, made the right moves when he needed to, and when everything broke loose there with Gafera and Mesa coming together on the final lap. Gafera had a superhero move trying to go around the outside for the second time. Mesa tried to hang it on the inside lane, stay side by side with him, and well, it ended up ultimately in tears for both of them. We're set to go for KA100 Senior right after this. Odenthal Racing Products, your #1 producer in engine mounts since 1992, along with our leading-edge designs and product development, such as the Odenthal Racing Products EasyGP camera mount, which comes in 4 different styles and can be used on any karting platform. See our products online. Go to odenthalracing.com. Here we go, coming through to the green here this time by for your KA100 Senior class. 28 drivers strong. Alex Stanfield, Cedric Lupien make up row number 1. Jeremy Fletcher and hard-charging rookie Braden Robertson, row 2.
Daniel Ali, the Canadian, alongside Gia Cicero on row number 3. Cole Kleck and Nick Bruckner on row 4. Field rolling their way into the staging lanes, about set to go racing with KA100 Senior. Green, green, green. Stanfield trying to roll them through turn number 1. Everybody trying to see if they can't grab a couple of spots here early. 3 wide as they come through the right, left, right combination. First run down the back straightaway. Xander, a number of drivers going deep to the inside. They're lining up, heading into turn number 3 and 4. All told, a good start thus far.
Yeah, all clean all the way through. I watched Oliver Calvo peek out of line as soon as the green flag came. You'll be able to watch him as he works his way through the field. The bright yellow Stilo helmet for the Leading Edge Motorsports driver started dead last after breaking a chain, running second in the pre-final. Where is he up to? He's already picked up a number of spots. There's Peyton Phillips up a few spots, and we've got one off. I think that is one of the REM Cosmics. That is the 930.
Daniel Ali.
Oh, started 5th. Daniel Ali taken out over in turn number 8. Alex Stanfield leads over Jeremy Fletcher, then Cedric Lupien. Little gap back to Braden Robertson coming to complete lap number 1.
And that's a dangerous front-running trio, is it not, to be able to pull away Stanfield with Fletcher and Lupien. Those guys have been quick all weekend long. They've already got about 0.4 of a second right now, and a great opportunity for them to potentially stretch away. Indeed, Stanfield, Fletcher, Lupien, 1, 2, 3. 0.6 of a second back to Braden Robertson. Gia Cicero running in the 5th spot. Nick Bruckner in 6th. Carson Morgan 7th. Peyton Phillips, Cole Kleck, and Connor Ferris in the 10th spot. Oliver Calvo up 12 spots already into 16th. I talked to him at the lunch break. Yep, indeed, the chain came off, but he said, listen, I saw what Fletcher did. I can do the same thing. You and Xander get ready because I'm coming from the back.
Well, he's coming already here. Good run to start, and he's at the end of a big group there. Big group as well. We followed through turn number 4 was Carson Morgan's pack. Peyton Phillips is on his tail here again. Phillips trying to dig back forward after obviously something amiss there by the end of the pre-final results. Ran up front all the way through it. Like he's midway through that pack outside the teens, so trying to get going. Here's Nick Bruckner with a move on Braden Robertson. That's inside the top 10. That's nice. For 4 or 5th on the racetrack. So Bruckner into the top 5, up a couple positions already. 3 spots gained. Cole Kleck goes purple that time.
Got a spot at the same time. I think he might have been able to make that move. And again, 105.129 for Cole Kleck. Over a 10th quicker than Alex Stanfield, 2.9 seconds back. He's about, right now, on the tail of Peyton Phillips. But he's part of this group. Morgan, Phillips, Kleck. Those 3 drivers working together, 7th, 8th, and 9th. And they were about a half a second quicker than Braden Robertson up the road. So watch those 3 drivers to try to reel into the tail of that group as well, which is Gia Cicero, Nick Bruckner, and Braden Robertson.
Oh, we got one driver off here, Nick DeAndrea over at turn number 5. He'll get back going. That was running around probably mid-teens or so, just outside the top 20. Yeah, he was running 24th there, goes around. Back to the front, though. Here's Gia Cicero leading Bruckner. Bruckner to the bumper. He might go by final turn. He won't. He'll stay tucked in, but the top 3 continuing to push away. Fletcher, Stanfield, Lupien. Lupien's actually getting left a little bit, with Fletcher continuing to work with his GWR teammate in Alex Stanfield. You won't see any kind of shuffling between the pair. It'll be up to Lupien to get there or someone else to lead the charge. Bruckner pushing on Cicero to try and get forward as well and get away from the group. I think this could be a 2-driver GWR battle at the end if it keeps going the way it is, because Lupien that time by lost about a half-tenth, and a half-tenth every single lap eventually adds up to a second or so by the checkered flag.
And he's out there all by himself, right? He needs Gia Cicero up there to potentially help him. A couple of Rollison Performance Group going against the Gary Willis Racing driver, Stanfield and Fletcher. Lupien's going to be smart, stay right there, Hope those guys up front battle. But really, the top 9 drivers have stretched away. 2.5 seconds back from Cole Kleck to Josiah Tracy, although Oliver Calvo has worked his way up into 11th. He is right behind Josiah Tracy. So maybe a top 10 run right now for Oliver Calvo. If he gets into 10th position, we'll look at lap times. We know he's got the speed to run with the leaders, and it's still a long way to go. 16 laps, 15 laps remaining when they come back across.
Looks like he's already gotten by Tracy here. This time by, it'll update Calvo into the top 10. So 18 spots gained. Goes purple. 10th and a half quicker than the leaders. He's got a little bit of a gap to the next driver. 2.4 seconds till he'll arrive at Braden Robertson's doorstep. For now, for the top 3, then the next group, and then Calvo coming down into turn number 5 as Stanfield leads Fletcher and Lopien through the infield chicane. We've got our race winner, or one of the drivers involved in the craziness there at the end. Elio Meza has caught up with Kendall Hedge, it appears, and the scale line. Let's try and get an idea of that final lap and all that went down in that great battle between himself and Caleb Gaffera.
Hi, I'm here with Elio Meza. Elio, you crossed the line in 3rd but got away with 2nd penalties. Can you talk us through that last lap?
Yeah, it was a crazy last lap going into turn 3. I was leading, and then, or actually no, sorry, I went for a pass. And then Caleb, going into turn 5, Caleb kind of went into the back of me, ran me wide. I got passed by 2 drivers, and then from there I was able to hold 3rd.
Yeah, so you kind of had a rough start to the morning with qualifying, but you made it all the way up here. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. We knew we had the speed. We just didn't have we had an unlucky qualifying, but we just made it from there.
Who do you want to thank today?
First off, I want to thank the team, Charlie, all my teammates for all their support, Forte Concrete Pumping for their sponsorship and help, the Tracy family for all their support, and my family.
All right, well done, Elio. Congratulations.
So, welcome back here again. Elio Meza, unfortunately, what was looking to be potentially a double win weekend in KA Junior ends up with them shuffled back down in a great final lap fight between a number of different drivers. This is what this race could turn into because they've disconnected up front. Jeremy Fletcher's gone to the lead, pulled a little bit away from Alex Stanfield, and they haven't really pulled away all that much from the group behind. Nick Bruckner knocked a 10th off the gap last time by, a 2nd and 3/4 back from the top 3.
Purple last time by was actually Carson Morgan. We'll keep an eye on him as well. Lap time-wise, about a 10th quicker. This time, though, no, he went the other direction. He was actually a half second off of Fletcher, who just turned his fastest lap by himself out front. Wow, 0.4 of a second lead now. And again, watching Fletcher out front. There's the gap as they work, though that's actually, I was looking at the wrong screen. This is actually Nick Bruckner, who now has Gia Cicero behind him. Carson Morgan's right there. Line him up with Peyton Phillips and Cole Kleck. And then you go back about a second to Braden Robertson. Oliver Calvo keeps coming, which is fantastic. He keeps working his way forward, up 18 spots into the top 10. I don't think Calvo's done, especially if we start racing, maybe getting stacked up here. Let's look at the speed of Nick Bruckner, 105.1, Calvo 105.1. So he's not closing up there at all, but he potentially will catch Braden Robertson at this point.
Yeah, Robertson's having a little bit of pace issues here in the final as he fades backwards. They will battle, though, and that'll help Calvo out as Cicero goes by on Nick Bruckner. Carson Morgan goes as well. He'll bring the train back in line. Morgan not able to keep the momentum up. He stays behind Bruckner as they go through the turn through 2-3 chicane and down the backstretch here. Cicero's going to block already for 4th. That's going to really hurt any chance they have of going through to the lead. Morgan goes to the outside, opens the door for Phillips to get by. And one of those deals here where maybe she didn't think they had a chance at getting up there to the top 3, and at this point she'll fight for a moment for 4th to try and get them to fight behind her. Morgan, oh, and he gets into Bruckner and turns him, and around he goes. Big contact, Carson Morgan, and he's talking to Bruckner here. Bruckner was just on the outside lane. Not much he could do.
What's Carson mad about? You drove into the side of the guy, into the corner. You got into the back rear and spun him around. I don't know what Carson's mad about there. Essentially nowhere to go for Bruckner as he's coming through the corner, and Carson Morgan got into the right rear or the left rear, and that round they went. They're going to get those cars out of the way, both those drivers out, and that's going to move Oliver Calvo up a couple of spots as well. As Morgan and Bruckner, they were 5th and 6th. They're out of the race right now, but as you said, with Gia Cicero going on the defensive there, Xander, top 3 drivers able to pull away.
Well, I mean, it worked out the way Cicero may have wanted it to. They got together behind her. Now back up front. Lupien would gain a little bit on Stanfield, then lose a little bit in total. And then he's just hanging on by a thread right now to the top two of Jeremy Fletcher and Alex Stanfield. We go back behind him. The gap's updated across the line. Gia Cicero, 2.5 seconds back from Lupien, 3.1 back from the lead. Another half second back to Peyton Phillips, then Kleck, then Calvo, who is just under 2 seconds back from Cole Kleck. Move Oliver Calvo up 21 positions to 7th.
Yeah, what a great drive for Calvo, up to the 7th position right now, getting himself forward there. Braden Robertson in 8th, Caleb Schrader 9th, and Josh Campbell running in 10th spot. Fletcher the leader, and this is the thing, this guy knows how to be out front. Fletcher, the guy to beat. Here's Calvo on the screen right now. You can see there he is, just 3 drivers out in front of him, Cicero, Phillips, and Kleck. If he turns it up a bit, I don't know that 4th place is completely out of this consideration. He's got Peyton Phillips in 4th, a 105.076. Calvo just went green, 105.950. Maybe got back a 1/10 of a second. He's 1.6 back from Cole Kleck. They're going to have to battle him out front for him to get there, but otherwise it's been a tremendous drive for Oliver Calvo.
Yeah, tremendous drive indeed here. Alex Stanfield still pushing away on Jeremy Fletcher. Last time by, they put 3/10 on Cedric Lupien. He's on the verge of losing touch with the leaders. That's the group ahead of this group of 3 here with Peyton Phillips, Gia Cicero, and right behind Cicero there, the Cole Kleck Arcane Motorsports machine. So 4th, 5th, and 6th in the 3-cart group. There's Calvo in the white and yellow behind them in 7th. About a second and a half back, and then it's a couple seconds forward for Peyton Phillips to the top 3 with Lupien, Stanfield, and Jeremy Fletcher. So Fletcher still looks to be relatively quick, maybe quicker than the trio here. He and Alex Stanfield have worked together beautifully, and now they've got a little bit of a gap out front, maybe 2 or 3 car lengths between the two. But definitely dropping Cedric Lupien off the train here at the halfway mark. 10 down, or 11 down, 9 to go. Stanfield pulls up in the draft down the backstretch, so he'll be close to fight with him. Might be able to get there. Stanfield was second yesterday. The last thing he'd want to do is be second again, especially to his teammate here who got a win already in the X30 Pro class yesterday afternoon as well. It'd be something if they could win as much here for the GWR Tony Kart squad, and this group behind him doesn't seem like they will be able to close the gap. Phillips, Cicero, Kleck last time by, even, a 105.2 for them, a 105.22 for Jeremy Fletcher, but it's a 3.5 second margin with 8.5 laps to go. Again, they need battling that they really won't get because you got teammates first and second.
That's it, right? These guys are going to do what they can to stretch away and then maybe battle it out in the final circuit. Fletcher and Stanfield with that gap on Lupien. Calvo still with his head down. He did a 105 flat. He was 2/10 quicker last time, and there is Calvo. You can see him in the back there trying to reel up on this battle for 4th, 5th, and 6th. They haven't battled at all either as Gia Cicero runs in the 5th spot behind Peyton Phillips. Behind them, Cole Kleck. Here comes, in fact, look at this. Cicero, I think, is literally trying to push Phillips away. She knows that Kleck's behind. Might as well see if she can't stretch away. Use Phillips to lock in that 5th place position.
Well, and again, they got to worry about Oliver Calvo. I mean, a 104.89, fastest driver on the racetrack, almost the fastest lap of the entire session. He was quicker than Jeremy Fletcher by 0.2 of a second, quicker than that group with Peyton Phillips by 0.4 of a second. So Calvo feeling that he can get there to that group of 3 in front. He's closing in. Had there been more battling in the lead group, I mean, we could have seen Oliver Calvo be like Jeremy Fletcher and go from last to first. There hasn't been. Not that there can't be at all, but Oliver Calvo at least here should be able to crack the top 5. He's about a second away from the rear bumper of Cole Kleck. There you can see, you can fit them all into the same frame now, coming to see 7 laps to go.
Yeah, Oliver Calvo, the leading edge Motorsports Red Speed, one of the fastest drivers on the racetrack right now. Actually, the fastest driver on the racetrack, close to going purple. And he is closing up big time. A 104.9 last time by, reeled in Kleck by about 0.4 of a second. He should get there with just a couple of laps here in the next few. It should be 5 to go by the time he gets here. There's the lead on Fletcher, and here's a battle further back. Yeah, there is Fletcher. We'll see the lead as they work his way through the corner. We'll be able to see that gap all the way back to Alex Stanfield coming through 8 and into turn number 9, then way back to Cedric Lupien. Lupien's could be getting reeled in as well here, Xander, by Peyton Phillips. Peyton was 0.3 quicker last time by, maybe 3-4 laps, and I think Phillips may be up to Lupien. It could not be out of the question for Calvo to get onto the podium.
Yeah, definitely not out of the question here because Lupien's pace is fading so heavy. I mean, if Lupien gets caught by Phillips and then they start to fight, I mean, that's something. And again, Alex Stanfield is fading a bit too. 2/10 off Fletcher last time by. I think he's even further back this time. Fletcher fully out of the drafting window, 1 second out with 6 laps to go. Jeremy Fletcher on his way to what could be the second win of the weekend in 3 tries. That would be a massive statement here in both championships for the SKUSA Pro Tour.
Yeah, but shake off the luck, right? He's always had only one or the other, as you'd said yesterday. He maybe not having the luck as well in X30 Senior here today, but could get a win in KA100. I got a feeling, though, that we're going to see potentially a purple lap out of Oliver Calvo coming soon. He's finally going to be able to get that draft in front from Gia Cicero. So we may see, or Cole Kleck rather, we may see a big lap coming from Calvo as he is starting to work his way forward here. Last time by a 105.195. Quicker than Cedric Lupien, which is, again, that group they're trying to close up on. He was actually a half a second faster than Lupien. Phillips is closing up here as well. Look how close they are as they work up on Lupien. This is the battle we're going to see here momentarily. That is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. We're seeing that from behind. There they are, Lupien. Phillips is going to go to the inside immediately. I like that assertive move. Move Peyton Phillips. Xander to P3. Lupien goes back to 4th. And here comes Gia Cicero as well. Although, will she help her Rawlson Performance teammate to potentially try to push back by?
Yeah, who knows here. Now they go down the backstretch. They're going to hook up. Here comes Lupien. Big run. Does he go to the bumper? He will stay there. Didn't really have the run to be able to go down the inside. I think Phillips has some good long straight gearing, so he didn't look like he gained a ton on the Tony Car driver. Obviously will gain a little no matter what, but not maybe as much as you would have thought. Out of the turn 8 sector, it is Phillips, Lupien, Cicero, then about maybe 4 or 5 back to Kleck. Another 5 cars back to find Oliver Calvo, who isn't running out of steam yet, but he's close to it. Slowed his pace down a little bit to a 105.2 last time by. 4 to go this time. This is the fight for 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. This fight for the podium as Cedric Lupien has faded backwards. Oliver Calvo trying to go from last to 3rd. It'd be a monumental statement towards this championship and a great way to recover some points as they come out of the final corner this time by. 4 to go.
I think that was Gia Cicero potentially to the inside. Yeah, she takes over 4th spot. Cicero to the inside at turn number 7. She'll go to 4th. Lupien goes back into 5th. 6th is Kleck. 3/10 of a second advantage there for Calvo. He closed up to within 4/10. Lupien going to try to push Gia back up there on to Peyton Phillips into turn number 4. And Calvo almost there now on the rear bumper of Cole Kleck. We may see a move in either 15 or 16. I don't know whether or not he'll be close enough to try the inside. No, he won't in turn number 10. But I have a feeling that Oliver Calvo will be close enough to potentially make a move here on Kleck, either into turn 15 or 17, or most definitely when they get back down the straightaway, because Calvo is on the move right now. Look how close he is. That's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th on the racetrack right now. And 7th, pardon me, with Calvo.
Yeah, here they come through 15. This time by, 3 to go. The leader, Jeremy Fletcher, coming by. Last time by, he turned the wick back up. This time slowed down a little bit, 105.1. Still pulled 2/10 more on Stanfield. New best personal lap for Gia Cicero that time. Here's Fletcher. The gap 1.5 back to Stanfield. Stanfield is only still 1.8 up on Phillips. That should be enough here with 4 more laps or 3 more laps around NOLA Motorsports Park. But then for Phillips, Cicero, Lupien, Kleck, they've all got to worry. Oliver Calvo is there. Here is Lupien battling with Kleck back and forth. Calvo to the bumper, trying to find a way by to get at least to the top 5. He's closing in towards the stadium hairpin. Kenny pull the trigger into 10. Looking. Kleck tries to close it off, and he gets there anyway. Nice move by Oliver Calvo.
Yeah, that was just a defensive move by Kleck. He saw that Calvo was coming in, and Calvo actually got checked up because Cole Kleck went by Lupien on the back straightaway, but Lupien went back by to the inside of turn number 5. That checked them all up a little bit and has allowed Peyton Phillips and Gia Cicero to stretch out a little bit. Calvo, though, on the move. He's going to dive to the inside right here on Lupien. Book it. Calvo through. Move Oliver Calvo into the top 5. Started all the way back in 28. The leading edge Motorsports driver is rolling. 2 laps remaining here, though, for Jeremy Fletcher, as he now has a 1.6 second lead to try to find his second win of the weekend. This is Calvo getting pushed here by Lupien down to the end of the straightaway as he's going to try to reel in Gia Cicero and Peyton Phillips over the last couple of laps, although I think Cicero potentially lining up to try to go to the podium here in the Rolls Performance Group Cosmic.
Yeah, looking to get there here. Phillips knows he takes a look back, just one car back there here, and a second back to Calvo, but at least he's made it up into the top 5. Oliver Calvo, one bad dude here, digging forward, almost able to get to the podium, and he still might get there if they fight hard enough. There's only going to be one more lap around left, though. Jeremy Fletcher taking the field out of 15 over to 16 and 17. The 922 Tony Kart has been not the one of his two that's the dominant one. That was, of course, a big win yesterday in the 322. Today, the 922 leading, pulling away nearly 2 seconds, all on his own, a half-tenth and a tenth per lap. He dropped Cedric Lupien with the help of his teammate Alex Stanfield. He dropped his teammate Stanfield as well. Half a lap to go from St. Cloud, Florida. Jeremy Fletcher looking for 2 wins here on the weekend.
Jeremy Fletcher said goodbye to his junior career with double exclamation points in Las Vegas, winning both X30 Junior and KA100 Junior at the SKUSA Super Nationals. He's been a factor throughout the entire off-season Winter Series spring training events, and to come here to start the National Series and SuperKarts USA competition, he has been impressive. Scores a win in his X30 Senior debut on the national level in the Pro Tour, and now looks to get his second win of the weekend. He'll work his way out of turn number 15. The Gary Willis Racing Tony Kart machine has been flawless, and the driver has executed as well. Out of the final corner, double checkers, and it's going to be the win for Jeremy Fletcher in KA100 Senior. The victory by 0.2 of a second over Alex Stanfield. Peyton Phillips ends up in third, Gia Cicero in fourth, and Oliver Calvo from 28th comes to fifth. Purple lap, the fastest lap of the race. His last lap, a 1:04.757, ends up 0.4 of a second behind Gia Cicero. Cedric Lupien, who ran in that lead trio for a majority of the time, hit a wall and just didn't have the speed in the second half of the race. He fell down to 6th. Cole Kleck ends up 7th. Braden Robertson 8th. Caleb Schrader up 8 spots to 9th. And Josiah Tracy rounding out the top 10. Kudos as well for Drew Chappell in the number 972. 14 positions up for Chappell as he moves to the 11th spot. Xander, some pretty great racing. The battle, the fun stuff to watch kind of behind the lead trio. As you had mentioned in the last couple laps, Fletcher first worked with his teammate to drop Lupien, then left Stanfield in his dust, walked away to a 2-second win. I said twin checkers. It was actually checker and black. That means that we're going to the video. There's going to be some interesting rulings coming out of this one, I think.
I'm sure. I mean, there was definitely some penalties probably to be called here on that one. I will say, at least for Jeremy Fletcher, I don't think anything should be coming his way. That was a dominant run, start to finish, and in the first KA100 Senior main event of the year that I think had a walk-away run, it goes to Jeremy Fletcher and the GWR Tony Kart crew. So they end up as the winners here on Sunday for KA100 Senior. We'll take a commercial break, and when we come back, the Mini Swifts take to the racetrack here, and we'll see if we can talk to a few of our KA100 Seniors as well.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. Welcome back here. The mini Swifts getting released onto the racetrack. We're going to send it down to Oliver Calvo, who is with Jenna Tommy, to talk about that impressive drive last and into the top 5. Jenna?
Oliver Calvo, 28th to 4th. You had some hard luck in qualifying in the pre-final. Tell us about that race.
Well, I'll start with the pre-final. Everything was going good. Yeah. Hit the curb a bit too hard. Dropped the chain. Started last in the final. I saw Jeremy did it in the pre-final, last to 4th. So I know I could do it too. So last to 4th for me. I'm happy with it. Happy with the team. We started off slow, but we kept working at it, and then we got it done. We got close, but not what we wanted. But we'll be back.
Yeah, one more lap, and you would have been on that podium. You've been busy in college, so you haven't been in the seat as much. How does it feel to be this high up?
It's really nice to just get back in the seat and be competitive. Well, it might have taken a while, but we worked at it, and we ended up at the front. So I'm happy with it. The team's happy. So
yeah,
it's a good weekend.
Who do you want to thank this weekend?
I'd like to thank Mark from Comet for this monster power, all of Leading Edge, and Connor. And all the Hogs for the continued support. I was a bit down after the pre-final, but the Hogs picked me up, and then we drove to the front. So,
thank you, Oliver.
Thank you.
So great interview there with Oliver Calvo, and as we get right back into it here, a number of incidents happening here at the start of Mini Swift. Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts starting on the front row, Oliver Weldon and Carson Weinberg on row number 2. Number of drivers further back, Xander, I think you saw it, we were looking at the screen, they tried a little too much, and a couple more drivers together there, more contact. Yeah, they got a little bit of aggression here early on. Everybody trying to work their way through. There's going to be at least 10 drivers involved around this racetrack. 3 here, at least 5 or 6 in the opening couple of corners. We just saw a couple drivers dive down the inside into turn number 1 all the way down the bottom. That never ends well. You think there's an opening down there, but if you can't get around the corner, it's just not going to happen.
No, and they fanned out every which way here. 43 drivers in Mini Swift, and I think Kai Johnson was one of those entangled in turns 4 and 5. I'm not sure who all else was all collected. Jack Iliff will lead Tyler Roberts towards the final corner. We'll get to see which names drop to the bottom of the leaderboard coming to the line this time, and at least these 2 Paralympians are clean and green. Then it's Oliver Weldon, then looks to be Vivek Canthan, and looks to be Keelan Harvick. Indeed, Kai Johnson into the scale house in the 107 Energy. I thought he got turned in front of the field, and indeed he did, and got clobbered. A few more will pull in here this time. We'll wait for the last few to cross the line, but quite a few big names there getting taken out on the opening lap, Rob.
Yeah, just drivers involved. Nico Sarfati, Kai Johnson, looks like Tristan Murphy, Bronson Custis, Matt Weiland, David Ibarra, Lucas Brancati, we believe. Yeah, Murphy and Brancati just coming across the line right now. Add in Gabby Gudera and likely Bobby Klein as well.
we're getting set here to continue to call the action side by side as well. We've got race winner Jeremy Fletcher down with Jenna. Jenna, take it away.
Thanks, Xander. Jeremy Fletcher, our race winner, second national win this weekend. How are you feeling?
I mean, it's great. Definitely went from a bad KA weekend, DNF quite a bit. We DNF final yesterday and the pre-final, but glad we could turn it around and get the win today.
Yeah, that's the great thing about having the full Saturday schedule and the full Sunday schedule. How'd the kart feel out there?
I mean, we definitely had pace compared to most people. I mean, I had a teammate, like I said last time, so me and Alex worked together, and when I passed him, I just had a better go-kart and gone.
Yeah, you definitely walked away from that. You had great pace all weekend. Who do you want to thank for the pace?
Allison Racing Engines, I mean, best motors we could find. We got first, second, first in X30, so that was great. The whole team, Gary Willis, Dalton, Odenthal Racing Products, Nexet, and all my other sponsors.
Great weekend, Jeremy. Congrats.
Thank you.
So back green here for Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts, and it's been green and clean for them, just not for everybody else. The gap back to the field already pushing a second back to Oliver Weldon, as he did not have a drafting partner really to help him make up too much ground on the leaders who have gotten away early as they go through turns 11 and 12 towards 13 and 14. Iliff and Roberts still working together beautifully, even in parts of the infield where they don't seem to be super long straightaways. As we see it pass for third, Canthan going by on Weldon, even reeling him in for quite some time now. He gets by the Lando Norris kart JC karting team driver. Keelan Harvick just behind in the 5th position. And across the line, that'll put 3 laps in, 15 laps to go.
Now, Xander, here's the thing. We're 3 laps in, and just the way the chaos happened in the different parts of the racetrack, this really has developed what could be a walk-away duo in Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts. Tyler's been strong all weekend long. The only reason he wasn't in the discussion up front yesterday was because of that rain tire mistake that they did. Same thing that Jake French did, putting the wrong tires on starting deep in the field for the main event. So this time he's been able to get back to the pace he had in happy hour on Friday. Tyler Roberts on that Parolin USA machine, very, very quick. He's with the Parolin as well with Jack Iliff, who won yesterday. If these guys work together and don't go too crazy, there's an opportunity for them to pull away. A little bit more aggressive racing further back. That was some big contact there in turn number 10.
That was Gage Bailey with a little hip check to Alessandro Truccio. Behind him, there's Isaac Malcutt along with what looks to be Sarah Bradley in the 114. He's gone by her for 8th, so Malcutt up a position. As into the final corner, your leaders will come down the front straightaway. Iliff and Roberts, they'll clock in. What do they hit this time on lap 4? A 108.3 flat, 2.5 tenths better than Canthan. Nearly 5 tenths better than Keelan Harvick. Nobody else on the same wavelength here as these two. They are just flat gone already with 14 laps to go.
And 2 full seconds up the road. Now the key is, will Tyler Roberts just be that wingman? Will he pull the full Top Gun and be Maverick and be the wingman, not leave Iceman here? If he does that, this thing's locked and loaded already. We're going to go to the end of an 18-lapper. We're going to see these drivers battle it out, but they have to work together the entire time and not worry about those behind him. Roberts just went purple last time by, like you said, a 108.297. As long as Iliff doesn't start slowing up and Roberts starts losing the pace, I think they'll be able to stretch away. Vivek Canthan runs in 3rd. Oliver Weldon, who was the on-track winner yesterday in that LN kart, running in the 4th spot. Keelan Harvick in 5th. But he's essentially all by himself. He's 8 tenths behind Weldon, and he's 3 tenths ahead of Gage Bailey. So Keelan Harvick running in 5th. And then things get super interesting. Otherwise, we're watching a couple more battles on the racetrack and a couple more real drivers lining up together, to be honest. Vivek Canthan's with Oliver Weldon. Right now, Gage Bailey's been able to close up and is now with Keelan Harvick as well. Behind those two drivers, you've got Alessandro Truccio, Isaac Malcutt, Sarah Bradley, and Carson Weinberg rounding out the top 10. But Iliff up front, really strong and turning super laps. I think right now pretty comfortable, Xander, that he knows he's got Tyler Roberts behind him. Every time they come out of turn number 17, Roberts gives that punch on the rear bumper, pushes him all the way down the front straightaway. You and I know, we're both racers. That's that universal signal that when the guy keeps hitting you like that, you know you guys are going forward. He's going to work with you.
Yeah, he is. I mean, they are long gone even from this group that we're watching now. Here's Keelan Harvick going to the inside on Alessandro Truccio back behind the duo. So the duo that was at the front of that shot, that was not the leaders. The leaders are already that far out. That's Vivek Canton and Oliver Weldon together in third and fourth. Then it's this gap of this group here. Gage Bailey in the Bennick, Keelan Harvick and the Hunt Brothers Pizza Parolin, and then the Parolin USA entry for Alessandro Truccio. 5th, 6th, 7th, and not terribly far back in the 8th spot is Carson Weinberg. He was purple last time by after getting a horrible start from the 4th position. Is driven back up to 8th and is trying to get forward. Like you said, Rob, it was messy in turn number 1.
It was super messy. As it was happening, of course, we were wrapping up the interview there, and all of a sudden you saw drivers diving to the inside, guys going way to the outside, trying to make it 5 wide. Not a surprise, you get tapped and you end up off in the grass. Turn 1, 2, and 3, or turn 1 and 2, the complex, pretty tricky here at NOLA. You got to kind of mind those around you to be able to get through, because as you go wiggle back and forth, you're asking the cart to go side to side, and if everybody around you is not doing the same thing, that's when you get the side-by-side contact. So, indeed, Weinberg has got a cart to work forward. The CRG for Speed Concepts Racing is the fastest machine on the racetrack now, 108.027, 3/10 quicker than Alessandro Truccio. 6/10 quicker than Truccio last time by. So watch for Weinberg to continue to move his way forward.
Yeah, definitely here as he has latched on to the bumper of Truccio. A little bit too far back to get into turn number 10 on the inside, but still plenty of time. Only 8 laps to be completed this time by. They'll come to see 10 laps to go in the 18-lap main event. Little bobble there for Weinberg coming out of 12. Won't lose too much. Picks up a little bit back through the chicane. Closes the gap once again. And again, last time by, purple lap time, a 10th quicker than the leaders. Digging forward for Carson Weinberg. And he's got a comfortable margin out back to Isaac Malkut in the 9th spot, Asher Augstein in 10th. Other movers up the field here. Beckham Tupakov's up 8 spots to 15th on the side. We've got Sarah Bradley down 2, but Lucas Palacio up 6. Derek Wargo up 9. Keegan Ellsworth up 12. Edward Kennedy up 15 spots from the back of the grid. Turner Brown up 11. 2 drivers that DNF'd in the pre-final and are coming from the rear as we see our leaders head through the infield chicane. Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts, and then here's the next group behind the 3rd and 4th markers, led by Keelan Harvick as he's gone by Gage Bailey with help from Alessandro Truccio.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Truccio, they hooked up and literally blew by Gage Bailey coming down the back straightaway, so they're all lined up here right now. And I want to see what Weinberg's able to do. He was 6/10 quicker than these guys, reeling them in, but now he's there. You got to pull the trigger, right? You can't just get there, slow down to their speed. You know you're faster. You got more in it. He's got to start picking them off one at a time. He's got to get by Gage. Then he's got to line up with Truccio, push Truccio by Harvick. You've got to go to work here. Weinberg has not yet been able to dial it in. He's close enough to get the job done. There's a big move to the outside. May get a run here on Gage Bailey. Let's see if he tucks to the inside of 1. He does not. The speed is there for Weinberg. He's just got to line it up.
Yeah, I think he ran out of real estate there trying to use the runoff at the exit of the final corner to get the momentum on Bailey. And now with Truccio pushing Harvick, there's not much anybody can do. They'll push Bailey, make it a 4-car group. Now Bailey got a late move down the inside. Gets by on Truccio there for second in line. Truccio falls back to 4th in line. Weinberg gets 1 spot at least to move Carson Weinberg up to 7th.
Yeah, Weinberg followed Bailey through. There was a late move for Bailey. I wonder whether or not there could have been some carnage there as opposed to just a clean run. But Truccio wisely kept to the outside, let it happen, to fight another lap. He'll tuck his way back now into the 8th spot, so move Weinberg up into 7th, and then Bailey up into 6th behind Harvick. That is 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. We're watching here right now. Gage Bailey having a strong run there. In that number 169 machine. Bailey on the Bennick running for Iron Rock Motorsports. Now up into 6th position.
Make it 5th. Just got by Harvick. Oh no, Harvick crossed over, forced him on the outside. Here comes Weinberg to the inside into turn number 1.
Whoa, I thought that was Bailey going to the position. He ends up going to the back of that group, and somehow Weinberg ends up in P5.
Nicely done, Carson Weinberg. Now he'll force Truccio to push him down the backstretch. 8 laps to go, 10 laps complete. here in this main event for the Mini Swift class presented by Parolin USA. Next up on deck is the Pro Shifter and Master Shifter division, followed by your X30 Juniors, X30 Masters, and X30 Pro Seniors all to come here this afternoon. So we're just about halfway through the run order with a lot more racing still headed your way from New Orleans.
Yeah, what I'm interested in now, Xander, to see if Weinberg can pull away. He was significantly faster than these drivers when he reeled them in as they were battling back and forth. You can see he's already pulled about 3 kart lengths. He may have the speed to pull away right now here in the 5th position. I don't know that he have any chance at all of reeling in Weldon. There's still 8 laps to go. Yeah, they're about 2.5 seconds back. But I want to say he may have the speed to be able to stretch away as the leaders down into turn number 1. Their gap, 4.1 seconds. Exactly what we said. Iliff and Roberts, and I'm telling you, props to Roberts right now. He has not left his wingman at all. He has stayed right there, and this is how you do it. You want to tell your drivers, if you're 1 and 2, just push them away. Make it a 2-driver fight. Anytime you race early, you're bringing everybody back to the party. Otherwise, this way, just 2 drivers at the dance, go to the very end, and then you can go to work over the last couple races. This is textbook cadet racing out of both Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts.
Yes, and it's going to be a massive gap by the end here with still plenty more time to add on to it. They're adding sometimes as much as 2 to 3 or 4 tenths per lap. I mean, it's already up to 4.2 seconds back to Vivek Canthan and Oliver Weldon, who also are pushing and working together, just not as quickly as the top 2. There goes those 2 here coming out of turn number 15. Weldon and Canthan, the camera hasn't been on them all too much. They're doing the same thing. They've pulled 3 seconds on that group pack with Carson Weinberg in it. It's kind of helped to keep Weinberg at bay. We got problems for Ty Fisher over in turn 10. He goes around. Meanwhile, up front, we stay focused on the groups we've got inside the top 10. So Weldon, Canthan pushing together. You can see the pack behind, led by Carson Weinberg, trying to chug forward. Last time by, Weldon, a 108.5. Weinberg, a 108.6. So he lost a tenth still to that group, even with 3 more helping him as Keelan Harvick, Alessandro Truccio, and Gage Bailey continue to trade positions of being the pusher behind Weinberg at the lead of this group.
Now, Weinberg inching away ever so slightly, but now that Harvick's got himself back up into that 6th position, wouldn't be surprised to see him kind of tow everybody else back up, Truccio and Bailey. But Weinberg running there P5, Harvick 6th, Truccio 7th, Bailey 8th. Isaac Malk gets up a couple of spots into 9th, and Asher Ochstein up into the 10th position. But again, this battle all about this fight up front between Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts. I shouldn't use the word fight, more like a pairing, to be honest. They are working together, a partnership to stretch away. It is a 4.4 second lead, even though Weldon just turned the fast lap of the race, his fast lap of the race, only about a tenth quicker. 5 laps remaining for Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts. You got to think 2 to go. We may see Roberts go to work.
Yeah, definitely here. I think he'll wait till closer to that marker. Maybe he'll go a lap or 2 sooner to put himself in the front, but I mean, even then, he could go at almost any time. We've seen guys be able to slingshot around the outside. So even if the 2-to-go signal comes, Iliff realizes what time it is in the race, and he covers off the inside down the backstretch. Nothing stopping Tyler Roberts from probably being able to find a hole on the outside lane and get clear by turn number 4.
I 100% agree. We've seen a ton of over-unders there, right, guys? Either around the outside, like you said, if you block to the inside, or when he does that, the over-under. Because you just simply can't carry the speed down the bottom of the racetrack and expect to keep it to the inside. You're definitely going to roll to the outside, up under the rumbles on the outside. You look at even Roberts now kind of getting a feel for what he can do in terms of wider entries into turn number 18. A good little trial there for Tyler Roberts as we now have 4 laps to go.
4 laps to go here. We're going to send it down to the grid. Kendall Hedge has caught up with Marian Kremers and his perfect weekend so far in Pro Shifter. He's got 1 session left to cap it off. Kendall?
Hi, I'm here with Marian Kremers. Marian, you have one more event to have a clean sweep of the weekend. How are you feeling right now?
Good. Confident. I think we've got the space to just walk away with it, which is not very entertaining for you guys, but I'm just trying to just walk away with it like I did yesterday.
Yeah. Well, today earlier you were joking about cutting down the finals because you're getting tired. Do you think you're going to make it through?
I will have to, I guess. I was going to send out a petition. Me and Connor both wanted to get the final a little bit shorter, but nobody else wanted to, so I'll just have to toughen up and sit it out.
Yeah, you still got the 20 laps to keep pushing. Are you ready for this?
Definitely.
Yeah, well, good luck, Marin.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cool. Here we are. So with 3 laps to go this time by the stripe, Marian Kremers obviously has just a little bit of time to get ready along with the rest of the pro shifter field. We talked with Kyle Wick a little bit earlier today. We talked with AJ Myers yesterday. They're all getting set for one more time onto the racetrack in the fastest karts the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour has to offer. The 125 and 175cc gearbox class is going to follow up what has been a high-speed chess match, and it's coming down to checkmate time. Jack Iliff, Tyler Roberts, 2.5 laps to go. When does the first move happen? It could wait all the way until the final lap here to see if maybe Roberts thinks he can surprise him, right, Rob? Maybe he thinks he's got something where he doesn't want to burn up the best move he has in his deck on 2 laps to go and then have to try and play defense. If he pulls it off with 1 to go, well, then he could just run away the rest of the lap.
And you can get another couple shots at it, right? If you try it and it doesn't work, or you try it and he gets back by, you get another shot at it here. If Iliff has anything, it's more national-level experience. We only saw Tyler Roberts kind of come onto the scene a bit last year. Iliff's been doing it through the micro career, too, so a lot of times he's been up front and running these kind of races. But we'll see what happens. We say it's 3 laps to go. 2 to go this time by. Now as these young drivers come across, Iliff's thinking, where's he going to go? When's he going to go? What am I going to do if he makes the move on the back straightaway? What's my next move? And again, for Tyler Roberts is, hey, you know what? I got to surprise him somewhere. It's got to happen, but where am I going to do it? This is not the case of if, because he's been all over him. He has not let him get away at all. You know Tyler Roberts has got the speed. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when and where.
Definitely here. So Jack Iliff taking him through the chicane. Roberts not going by at all in the backstretch. Iliff doesn't seem too concerned by it. 1.5 laps to go, and he's just leaving the door open slightly. He'll go a little more narrow into 10 this time. He's been going somewhat narrow in the previous few laps. Now you see Roberts open up. Here we are also, that group behind. You can see them all coming in, Oliver Weldon and all them as we go to turn number 14 and 15 through the chicane towards on through. Your leaders will go Jack Iliff, Tyler Roberts, white flag coming this time by.
So here's the thing. Was Iliff holding back a little bit maybe? You know, was he checking up a bit? Was he getting off a little early into a couple of the corners? Does he have a little more in the tank that we don't know about? White flag flying. Will it be in 1? It will not. As, again, Roberts tucks right back in. The big run down the long back straightaway. An obvious opportunity to do it. He'll go to the outside. Yes, it's going to be the inside move, outside move for Tyler Roberts. Does he get it done by the time they get to the apex? He goes side by side through the corner all the way around the outside. Book it. Tyler Roberts to the lead.
And a 2-car length gap to boot as well. They pop the curbs here. Jack Iliff trying to play catch-up now. Like we said here, he waited to pull the trigger till the final lap, and he was confident enough in his move. Now he has to go. He goes on the defense a little bit early. That'll bring Iliff back into it, into 11 and 12. Final time through. Iliff's going to get a shot back at him with a couple more corners. Roberts blocks in the chicane. 2 more to go.
Looks to me like a wider line through turn number 10 might have been enough for Roberts to get the lead. He still has it coming out of 15. Over to 16. Does he open the door? He does not. He'll run the bottom of the racetrack. Here comes the over-under. Iliff is going to get the run to the inside. Is he going to take it? I believe he is. The over-under, and it's going to be Jack Iliff. Back-to-back jacks in Mini Swift as he wins on Saturday and he wins on Sunday with a last corner, last lap repass of Tyler Roberts. Jack Iliff with the win. Roberts goes to school. He won't let that happen again. It's a parallel 1-2 as Oliver Weldon coming home with the Lando kart machine for JC Karting. He'll finish in third over Vivek Canthan. Carson Weinberg able to work his way back to P5, outgunning Gage Bailey for that position. Keelan Harvick ends up 7th. Alessandro Truchot in 8th. Lucas Palacio up 8 spots from 17th to 9th. A great job for the driver of the number 125 machine. And then Sarah Bradley, another top 10 for the Parallel USA driver. But I'll tell you, Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts, you go back to the pre-final, Xander, where Roberts ran a really defensive line in turn number 10 to try to hold off Iliff. He was able to over-under him there. It wasn't quite as much this time, but he had such a gap coming out of turn number 9, probably could have run a full race line.
Yeah, I can't imagine. I don't know if he looked back and maybe thought that Iliff had a big run on him, or if he looked back and thought the gap wasn't big enough. But either way, Obviously, he thought that he needed to block, and then from there, I'm surprised he opened up even for the final corner as much as he did. I mean, he still went relatively open. There was probably a cart and a half, nearly 2 carts width to the bottom side. In either case there, clean racing, a thumbs up from both kids. That's what you like to see. We don't like to see any kind of the bad sportsmanship, and there was a lot of good sportsmanship between the pair of them. So the Mini Swifts wrapped up here. A couple other big movers through the middle of the pack. Derek Wargo picks up 10. Johnny Stamps 12. Keegan Ellsworth 13. Edward Kennedy from dead last. 21 spots gained to 22nd. Turner Brown 13 gained as well, so some big movers forward.
And let's say this, congratulations to Jack Isle for a couple of wins here. Yesterday, of course, Oliver Weldon winning on the track. He ends up with a penalty getting the win. This time he wins it on the racetrack. But I'll tell you this, Tyler Roberts will win a national race in 2022. He has looked really good out of the start of the season.
He has been one of the fastest drivers everywhere that they have unloaded, so there's no doubt he's got it coming. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be today. Jack Iliff, your winner in the Paralympic USA Mini Swift class. Pro Shifter and Master Shifter up next. Can Marion Kremers be bested? I got a lot of drivers that would like to try and prove that so. We'll see so after the break.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com. It's finally go time for Pro Shifter action. Marion Kremers will start from the pole in what has been a flag-to-flag run beginning back in warm-up yesterday morning. through to the qualifying, pre-final, final sessions, and then all the way through them again here today. Wet or dry, the PSL Karting Barrel driver has been on top.
Could you ask for a better front row in terms of mono-a-mono battle? You got a former world KZ champion, then you've got the multi-time SKUSA Pro Tour champion and #1 ranked driver in the shifter kart rankings, AJ Myers. This is it right now. This is the greatest launch we'll have in 2022.
Yeah, this is, and exactly, and this will be the closest Myers will get to start with him since the beginning of the weekend. So he's been kind of really the second best guy in the dry. Granted, Kyle Wick was pretty solid through that pre-final as well, so maybe the GFC crew were able to tune him a little bit more. They've got an advantage here that no other team got. They've got the highest percentage of go-karts inside the top 5 all weekend. I mean, they've had at least 2, if not all 3, of their marquee pilots between Cole Shade, Hunter Pickett, Jacob Gulick, and Kyle Wick himself, all within the top 5. Yep. So they've been able to learn a lot from each other, whereas many of these other organizations, you got Marian Kremers up front, but Jake French has been kind of close. David Greco close, but not as close to the front here. And then, of course, A.J. Myers up at the front, Annie Rule, developing still on the Magic Kart, and along with a few other drivers they have like Calvin Ming that are working their way towards the top 10. So they've got that big advantage also.
So Kremers and Myers on row #1. Kyle Wick will start alongside Hunter Pickett on row 2. Connor Zilich and Jake French on row 3. David Greco and Jacob Gulick, row 4. Cole Shade and Billy Musgrave on row #5. Everybody getting into their positions right now. Row 6, we'll have Andy Rule alongside Michael Stevens. Row 7, Talon Yokel and Calvin Ming. Row 8, Kyle Kennedy and Chente Salas. Row 9, Jared Ramurayan and Liam Jones. Row 10, Blake Korth and Ayrton Hernandez. 20 drivers set to go. Green, green, green. And who's going to get the whole shot? They're side by side. Oh, Myers got a good jump and tried to stay alongside, but he'll slot into second. Coming down the back straightaway for the first time. They'll work their way side by side. Here he comes to the inside. Myers going to throw it to the bottom. He wants to lead in turn #3. He gets it. But coming back to the inside is Kremers. He'll take it. And, in fact, looked to me like I think Myers dropped the wheel, and that is what's going to be Pickett. You think it's Pickett? Yeah, Pickett up in a second.
Hunter Pickett takes advantage, moves up the order, and just like that, Marian Kremers gets the lead again. A.J. Myers had his shot. He took it, stepped up to the plate, and swung. And there's a battle there behind Connor Zilich, closing off 4-time Super Nats champ Billy Musgrave going into turn number 11 and 12. Good move by the FK driver. He falls behind Jacob Gulick, who got a good start. Jake French, a good start as well, so not a good one for the rookie. And A.J. Myers, man, you got to be frustrated if you're him. You had it, looked to the inside, just barely missed it on the braking zone on cold tires. As the battle behind rages on, David Greco. Greco's been having some killer starts this weekend. He's up to 5th.
Well, and here's the thing for Myers, right? You had to go. He had to get up front. You knew it. He went down the inside and probably just went a little too deep into the braking zone. You know Kremers was going to be able to drop the over-under. He did. And almost back to the inside. For Myers to get by Kremers. Couldn't quite hold it. And the minute he dropped the wheel, around the outside came Hunter Pickett. And now they're going to work right on each other as Myers knows he's got to get by Pickett right now because what did we say about Kremers? You talked all about it in the pre-finals, Xander. You give this guy enough room to pull out a half a second, he'll get there, chill out, and just start inching away.
I will say here, I mean, the gap is not as big this lap. And, in fact, Hunter Pickett seems to have a decent amount of pace here in the main event, whether it's Kremers and everybody taking a little bit longer to get to their level of pace, or the field is finally starting to catch up to the PSL Karting Barrel driver, because this time by, he'll probably pull a 10th on him with a little bit of a defensive drive by Pickett in the back sector. I don't know. No, A.J. Myers quicker. So, like I said, I think they were catching a little. That's good news for us here from the entertainment side. Not good news for Marian Kremers trying to go back-to-back, but we're still early. 2 in, 18 to go. Kremers leads by half a second to Pickett and Myers.
Behind them, it's Kyle Wick in the 4th spot, David Greco 5th, Jake French 6th, Connor Zilich 7th, Jacob Gulick, Cole Shade, and Billy Musgrave, your top 10. Ayrton Hernandez up a couple spots into 16th early in the Masters category. Vincent Cassard and Victor Jimenez working on it. And there's that pass for second as A.J. Myers over in turn number 10 to the inside. Book it. The Magic Kart goes P2.
So A.J. Myers got a great run out of turn 8. The last lap, I think he tried to think about passing Pickett in 8, and he got a bad exit. This time, he didn't try to pass there. He set it up for the next corner, got the move done. David Greco here still following Kyle Wick. I think he's kind of chilled out behind him. He tried to pass him in the last turn last time by. Now he's just waiting behind the Track Magic driver as they go for turn number 1. Jake French trails about a half second to second back. Then Connor Zilich, then Gulick, Colshade, Billy Musgrave, your top 10. Kremers did go purple last time by, but with the pass being made, going offline, A.J. Myers was only a 1/10 of a second off. So if he can go a little bit quicker, A.J. Myers might be able to reel in that 9/10 of a second gap here, which is exactly what it was starting on lap 2 when he got to second in the pre-final. Yeah. So he's seeing deja vu right now.
I really think these next 2 laps are crucial for A.J. Myers. The tires are still in good shape. This is when you got to drop the hammer. He has got to pull back up. He's got to at least get a couple of 10ths of a second. At least be quicker than Kremers here, even a 10th of a second to work your way back forward. You can't let Kremers get away. You've got to keep putting the pressure. And there's a big pass further back there as well. The man on the move is David Greco. On the PSL Karting Burrell Art, you talked about how he's been great out of the gate. A move to the inside of the Track Magic of Kyle Wick. Move David Greco to P4.
Yeah, David Greco looking great here to start this one. Now, Marian Kremers, purple again. A.J. Myers not able to go faster, gives up a half 10th. Here comes Kyle Wick down the backstretch with a little bit of a run. Not close enough, so that fight for 4th will go to the way of the Canadian. David Greco moves up, and it is a very foreign top 5 for a SKUSA Pro Tour to say here the least. Marian Kremers from the Netherlands, then A.J. Myers, the Floridian, Hunter Pickett from California, David Greco, the Canadian, and then we go back to Kyle Wick from the Pacific Northwest, representing, again, the Track Magic brand P5 after losing the spot to Greco. Jake French, Connor Zilich, Jacob Gulick, Cole Shade, and Billy Musgrave all still the same through the top 10. 16 laps to go, and Marian Kremers trying to stretch it out one more time. Here comes the look at the battle between Jake French, Connor Zilich, and Jacob Gulick. And Zilich will get the move done on French. He's been working on him for quite some time, and he's still pretty close to Kyle Wick and David Greco up the road. I think Connor Zilich has a little more pace in store if he can hang on to it. The FK driver, again, has lost a little bit on the opening couple laps, both the aggression off the starts here for the shifter drivers because they know when they get up to speed how hard it is to set up a pass at full song, at the same time how hard it is to get the starts off the line. He's kind of just been taking a school a little bit with that today. Qualifying second, ended 5th in the pre-final, started 5th, was 7th here at the end of the first lap. Move him to 6th, and look at that, he's already moving up to Kyle Wick. I mean, he's only a kart length away now in the middle of the corners.
Yeah, I think it's just about a combination of, number one, the natural talent of Connor Zilich. We watched what he was able to do coming through the junior categories. Won the CIK FIA Karting Academy Trophy in Europe against some of the best young drivers in the sport. Now he makes a move to the inside over here in turn number 15. He goes by Kyle Wick, and Connor Zilich is through. French and Gulick, I think, coming with them. Wick's going in the other direction right now. But then you pair Connor Zilich, although has never raced a shifter kart, and probably could hit the gym a little bit to make sure he's better the next time he gets the opportunity. He's the guy that's gone to Trans Am racing this year. But to get then with Greg Bell, one of the most respected shifter kart guys in the sport, who's been around for a long time.
Oh, we got problems for Kyle Wick.
I was going to say Wick was falling backwards there. We watched a couple guys go by him. Some kind of a mechanical issue for the Track Magic on Kyle Wick, a guy that's been in the fight all weekend long, ends up on the sidelines. But to cap off the Zilich deal, you put him with Greg Bell in Danny Formal's Formula K. All the power that Greg Bell's building into their engines right now, that has been a combination that was really clicked. It shows how good that kart is and how good Connor Zilich is as well.
Definitely. I mean, Danny Formal, has been winning on that combination, but it's not like he's dominated prior to it. Jake French, A.J. Myers, we talked to Greg Bell earlier a few weeks ago. He's like, Danny's my guy, but if Danny was over at PSL, I'm sure Danny and PSL could hit the stride on Burrell Art, the same with him and Magic, or if I had an AJ or a Jake, or in this case he gets a Connor Zilich and turns him into a top-tier shifter driver, top 5 SKUSA Pro Tour shifter driver right now, trying to hunt down David Greco, who last time by was about 3/10 slower. In fact, Connor Zilich was only beaten that time by A.J. Myers and Marian Kremers in terms of lap time. So third fastest on the racetrack, currently 5th, and looking for a potential podium in his shifter debut. That would be pretty massive.
And Xander, what did we say at the start of the race, right? Myers just couldn't let Kremers get away. He's out to a 1.6 second lead. He was able to get that 9/10 after you said after the 2 laps. But then Myers and Kremers now exactly the same lap times. Kremers can back off a little bit here now. They both did 60.8s last time by. It's a 1.6 second lead. He's got the cushion. Kremers now can just hit the marks he needs to get. If Myers gets a bit closer, they'll give him the sign. He stretches it back out a little bit. right now the PSL karting driver out front. And kudos to this, Dominic Lebrecht from PSL Karting has owned the company. You know, this company's been around for 22, 23 years now. He does all the tuning on his own TM engine, so these are PSL engines as well. They've been building TMs for 2 decades, and this is the crucial. They're on the Burrell Art machine. You got Marian Kremers here, the world champion. Dominic's tuning on it. Ronnie Sala's birthday weekend, the owner of Burrell as well. Everything's going great right now. Go.
Big battle. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt.
No,
Good. Great story, but they were 3 wide. Cole Shade, Jake French, and Jacob Gulick all battling here inside the top 10. French was trying to hang on. He looks like he's hanging on for dear life. And meanwhile, Connor Zilish up to the rear bumper of David Greco. That'll be for 4th here real soon. It looks like that battle is going to subside for a moment, but that got hairy in a quick second.
And here comes Zilic looking to try to find a way by David Greco right now. But let's just say this. Here's what happens. Kyle Wick off the track, lays down the track magic football. Up comes Cole Shade, picks up the black and yellow, and he has gone by 4 drivers. Cole Shade, I think, now up into the 6th position as he has worked his way ahead of Jake French, Jacob Gulick, and Billy Musgrave. Great job here for Cole Shade for the Track Magic Owners Group.
Definitely cool stuff to see. Of course, a legendary brand, Track Magic. You talk about the 23 years of PSL karting, Track Magic. A legendary brand
probably
in American
30 years.
shifter kart racing. 30?
Yeah, you go back in I think they probably had in 1992, 93, I think, when Fausto Vitello and them first built their first shifter. It's right around 92 or 93, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so that's going back quite a ways, and has had so many, international level talents come through that. American homegrown talents, obviously Gary Carlton, the most notable, and that's what's got him with him.
Namo Gidley, right?
Yep. And then look at that.
Zilic, he's through. Zilic is by for P4. Now, Connor Zilic admitted to us up here, we kind of joked him a little bit, but how is his stamina going to be for 20 laps in these brutal shifter karts? When you drive a single-speed car, that's one thing, right? You're going to get some arm pump. It's going to be tough. We're halfway through, 10 down, 10 to go. I'm really interested to see what Zilic can do lap time-wise, right? 60.9 is best, just at a 61.3. Is he going to be able to go to the very end? I know he's going to be exhausted when this is all said and done, but this guy's got so much talent. This is a really, really good experience, a challenge for this young driver at just 16 years of age.
And this is a track that all the drivers we talked to, single speed or shifter, we're talking about how absolutely brutal and physical it is. The G load you get here in this section right here coming through this flat out 90. I mean, these guys are pushing in the shifters probably 70 miles an hour coming in that bend all the way back down, and then it's full throttle through the kink, working your body, probably 2.5 Gs, working into that 180-degree corner. And already we've talked about the bumps here on this racetrack. They're mobbing the curbs at probably half the corners they end up hitting. I mean, this is a track that works a driver and tests your fitness, and then he goes from, already a class that definitely tested an X30 Senior to the next level up to the Pro Shifter class.
So we did a documentary a number of years ago called Become One, and Daniel Bray, a Kiwi driver who's run KZ in Europe, he's run a ton of Superkarts USA events, won races on the Pro Tour. His line was great. We were talking about shifter karts. He goes, when you run a shifter kart, your body takes an absolute hiding. And I love that, just the fact that it just rips your body apart. It's just so much on you because there's so much going on as well, right? Your upper body, everything you have to do to be able to still shift your gears, everything you're doing, it just takes so much core, so much center that this ride is one of the best you'll have in karting, but it's going to beat your body up.
Definitely here, and we got that even from Marian Kremers, like he said, joking yesterday. Whoa, big contact in the outside tire barrier over at turn number 5. Just off to the edge here, yellow flags waving.
Yeah, what happened was they were going 2x2 through the corner. I'm not exactly sure who that was. It might have been Talon Yokel or Michael Stevens. We'll watch it when they come back around. But he just got hung out in the outside, got off into the grass, and it just slid off into the barriers. It wasn't that hard of a contact, but it was enough where he went off the track pretty significantly and pretty quickly. You know what it's like. The track is still wet. It rained all yesterday, so there's a lot of moisture on the grass. And when you get on that grass, you are gone. It's going to take you off into the tire barrier.
Indeed. It looks like it might have been Michael Stevens was the driver. No, he crossed the line, so it's further back down the order even than from there. Maybe I hope that wasn't.
Is it Hernandez? Ayrton Hernandez, I think maybe. He's fallen down the order.
Yeah, that could be it there. Ayrton Hernandez in the 212.
Yeah. So Hernandez, he got passed on the inside. I think it might have been Talon Yokel trying to make a move to the inside of him, and he just got on the outside, dropped the wheel on the exit, and that's how quick it happens. We've seen it happen a couple of times throughout this weekend already. 8 laps to go, 12 down. Marian Kremers leading by 2.6 seconds, 60.8. He's just 0.2 of a second off his fast lap. 3 or 4 tenths off for A.J. Myers. Still a strong run for A.J., but it's the former world champion leading the way in the PSL karting machine. A.J. Myers on the Magic Kart, Hunter Pickett on the GFC, Zilich on the Formula K, and David Greco, who just turned his fast lap. Got a second on Cole Shade, Greco driving the Borel-Art.
Here they go down the back. Billy Musgrave, you can see he's trying to close back to French. Last time he was a 200 slower, but he's still relatively close to French, who is really just kind of had an unfortunate weekend. The pace just never seemed to kind of materialize for the Texan, and the one time it looked like it was decent was in yesterday's final, I'd say, and in that case he was having to come from the back after the wrong tires in the pre-final, so he never really got to use it. And it's always frustrating when you see someone like your teammate perform as well as Marian Kremers has, and for French here to be missing a little bit. I'm sure he's going to go to the drawing board, put some more testing in. He's going to come a determined driver back to Utah, because a 9th place result here for Jake French, 8th place result. That might be, something solid, especially for Connor Zilich here. He was hoping for a top 10. For Jake French, he's not going to be happy with that. He's going to come working hard.
Yeah, I'm thinking about when we get into the ECAN driver rankings and we're using these Pro Tours. These are big events for us, right? They're 9.5 point races to use towards the rankings, which are your best 8 results of your last 12 months. You got French down in 8th, Billy Musgrave down in 9th. You're going to see guys like Hunter Pickett taking a big jump up in the points. David Greco as well. Cole Shade, Jacob Gulick. These are better runs. We may see a shakeup. A.J. Myers still going to hold on to P1, but we may see a bit of a shakeup, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th on down because, again, these drivers, Hunter Pickett coming off, as you said, a sweep of the Challenge of the Americas, won the championship out west. Strong run potentially to the podium here, although Connor Zilich doing everything he can to kind of reel him in. He was 0.3 quicker last time by. 6 laps to go, 1.8 back at 0.3 of a second. That's Zilich versus Pickett on the final lap.
Yeah, let's see. He's put in, the adrenaline's coming for Connor. I mean, he only gained a 10th that lap, but he gained 3, like you said, the lap before, nearly 4. So he could keep closing in. If he gets a podium, I mean, that would be massive. Obviously, Marian Kremers, A.J. Myers out of touch here, but Hunter Pickett coming through, and Zilich just barely into frame. And not to take away from Hunter Pickett as well, like you said, he's going to jump up the rankings. Jake French, Billy Musgrave down the order towards the edge of the top 10. We go back just a few years ago as the pro shifter class kind of went through that lull in the engine changeover and through all the adjustments made to the division where, if Jake French or Billy Musgrave were off, the gap would still be the same to AJ, but they'd be 4th or 5th, and it goes as a testament to this class picking back up, getting numbers again, and getting strong numbers where the depth of field is becoming stronger.
Let me just throw something out here as well. We don't talk about this in the senior single-speed categories because it doesn't usually happen. We get some older drivers, obviously, and shifters. What's Connor, 16 now? Is he 16 or 17?
I think he turned 16 this year. I'm not even sure if he's 16
So
yet.
he may be 16 years of age. Hunter Pickett is married and he's got a kid.
Yeah.
He's got a young son. This is the difference we're talking about in the drivers we've had here. Hunter Pickett's been one of the top shifter kart drivers for the last number of years. He's been running up front, right? Connor Zilich just coming into senior last year. That's the kind of difference we have in the category. Kremers, of course, into his 20s as a former world champion. A.J. Myers as well. Here's a guy that's gone to school, incredibly smart, a guy in mechanical engineering. So many different backgrounds of all the drivers we have in the shifter kart category.
Yeah, you get a much bigger variety here and a lot more lifers in, and that's, the guys that hung on through that period. I mean, you could tell they were lifers. It wasn't a fair weather of, one little different factor or another that would bring them back or turn them away from the racetrack. If there was a race, Hunter Pickett, A.J. Myers, Jake French, Billy Musgrave, they were there to race. And the same can be said here for this guy, Marian Kremers. 4 laps to go. Dominant run, 3.5 seconds out front. That time by, Pickett pulled back away a little bit from Connor Zilich, so with 3 to go, I don't think we'll see Zilich get there. David Greco, on the other hand, he's getting reeled in, I think, a little bit by Cole Shade, so we might see a fight for the 5th position, and they're working through lap traffic, and it looks like Zilich is not far up the road from Greco, so 4th, 5th, and 6th could tighten up here in the final 2 laps of this one. We'll pick them up coming into the stadium section. Here they are. Cole Shade on the track magic, closing into David Greco. Greco closing into Connor Zilisch, because last time by Zilisch, he gave up a little bit of time, at least to shade Greco's gap holding station, but he didn't pull a big one on him once he got by. So all these kind of coming together towards the 2-to-go signal.
Yeah, 1, 2, and 3 look pretty locked, but we are definitely not done with 4, 5, and 6. And another cool thing about the field here, and we'll go just top 10, looking at the brands themselves, we have 3 American brands here as well. They're not all, the chassis aren't all made here in the U.S., but you've got the GFC for Gary Carlton, you got the Magic Kart program with A.J. Myers and the Bedozos, and of course you've got the factory karts that are actually bent and welded in Norco, California. Billy Musgrave and Willie Musgrave's program. Those are American-made karts. They've got a bunch of chassis ready to go. They're still just waiting on components to be able to build that. The shortage we have right now of a lot of components. You know, we're talking about supply chain issues and shipping from Europe. They're waiting for some parts to be able to finish those karts. You're going to see a lot of factory karts out there and a lot of American-made machinery, American-made steel out there in American karting over the next couple of years.
Which is going to be super cool to see here.
I love it.
So a lap and a half to go. Make it less than that for the race leader, Marian Kremers. He's coming into the final corner. We're staying on this battle as long as we can between Cole Shade and David Greco, but white flag in the air for the leader. Here's Kremers down to turn number 1 in the 296. There's the fight for the top 5. Zilisch just up the road. Got one more lap to hang on.
Hold on. I think we've lost a driver. We've lost Hunter Pickett.
Whoa.
Where is Pickett? Hunter Pickett has fallen down. He is in 19th. Let's have a look around this racetrack. Hunter Pickett off somewhere around the facility.
Is that him sitting?
2 drivers off at the end of the back straightaway.
That's Cole Shade and David Greco.
They wrecked.
They've come together on the final lap.
Yeah, there they are off the racetrack. That is Cole Shade and David Greco. They made a move. Shade made a move, deep move to try to get by Greco. Listen, that's his 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, that's massive. Connor Zilisch onto the podium now. Jacob Gulick moves to 4th. French into the top 5. And this guy avoids it all, stays clean, leads every lap today. Marian Kremers sweeps the weekend in Pro Shifter.
Oh, he's going to stand up in the cart. No, he's going to sit in the back seat. He is pumped up for back-to-back jacks. Yesterday was his first ever win on American soil in the shifter. He backs it up here today. A.J. Myers comes home in 2nd. Connor Zilisch on the podium in 3rd.
Yeah, and a bit of a gift there. Unfortunate for Hunter Pickett. I think I can see a black and white suit sitting over by turn number 8, maybe at the exit of turn number 12. I don't know if he broke there or what broke for Hunter Pickett late in this one, but Cole Shade, David Greco off at the end of the backstretch. Shade was not close, so I don't know if he sent it on him.
I got to think so.
Or, I mean, I know a couple of guys have been sticking motors at the end of the back straightaway, too, here this weekend.
So, Kremers, Myers, and Connor Zilisch, we wondered whether or not he'd be able to go the distance. How about a 101.2 on his final lap within 0.3 of a second of his best lap on the weekend? So I think there's the answer to your question. Connor Zilisch may be exhausted, but he was able to get to the end. He ends up 3rd on the podium for Leading Edge Motorsports. Jacob Gulick jumping up into 4th. Jake French 5th. Billy Musgrave up to 6th. Andy Rule 7th. Talon Yokel 8th, Michael Stevens 9th, and Kyle Kennedy rounding out the top 10. Hunter Pickett off the racetrack. Do not know what happened to him. And then as we were kind of surveying the facility to try to find Hunter, we saw the bright black and yellow of Cole Shade off into the tires. He and David Greco potentially getting into an issue there. And I wonder whether or not someone is interested in laying some Krispy Kremes down here. I know you guys have them up here in the booth, but it could be donut time for Kremers here, ready to light things up in the Burrell Arts. Again, what a great weekend it has been for him, and indeed, let's light them up, Xander. Donuts for Marian Kremers.
And yeah, I mean, you know he's got to be feeling good. This is a win. These are the donuts he should have been doing a long time ago with the pace and how close he's come. I'm sure he feels vindicated here this weekend to get the double win in such dominant fashion here in Pro Shifter.
Yeah, excellent run for him. And again, did exactly what we said everybody didn't want him to do, right? Get out to that 0.9 of a second, a full second advantage. Did that early. A.J. Myers not able to reel him in. Connor Zilisch impressive for 3rd, as we had said. And, of course, the contact with Cole Shade and David Greco. We don't know what happened. We'll find out. It ends up shaking things up because those drivers were battling for that final position inside the top 5 after, again, Zilisch moving up to 3rd with Hunter Pickett going out a couple of laps early. A lot of excitement at the end, none of it up front because Marian Kremers made it a stinker, blew everybody away and ended up winning his 2nd main event of the weekend.
Well, that dominant run there closes out Pro Shifter and Master Shifter. As you can see, we've had quite a bit of drivers with big names at the end. Of course, David Greco gets scored down in the 15th spot. He and Cole Shade going out on the final lap. Hunter Pickett down in 21st. Kyle Wick out 25th. Calvin Ming out. Vincente Salas out. Lots of unfortunate carnage to be cleared off the racetrack. We'll take a commercial break. We've got X30 Junior coming your way next, but it'll take a moment before we're ready for him. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Maryland USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials, engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports.
So here we are back at the racetrack, and Connor Zilish, after driving through and getting a few lucky DNFs near at the end, but a lot of good pace, gets away with a podium finish. He's down with Jenna Tommy. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Connor Zilish, you poured some water on your head because that race is just so physically demanding, but you got the podium for Danny Formal. How are you feeling right now?
Good. I had a bad start. I backed up to like 8th or 9th. I was back there. But yeah, we fixed the kart up, fixed the motor up, and we ended up doing really well. So I'm really happy with how it went. Third's a good way to cap off my debut, and yeah, I'm just super happy with how the kart was handling and how the motor was.
Yeah, you were one of the only drivers who was even close to Marin Kremers. You were .026 off in qualifying. How did you handle that speed?
You know, I I really have been looking for it all weekend, and we found it today, and that really helped us. So after qualifying, I kind of just put my head down in the pre-final. We didn't have the best pre-final. We struggled with setup and the motor, but we got it fixed up for the final and came back to third. So I'm just really happy with how we were able to handle that speed.
Yeah, great podium. Who do you want to thank this weekend for bringing you out here?
Greg Bell and Leading Edge Motorsports. I got a call on Tuesday to come out here, so I'm super proud to represent their program. And yeah, it's been an honor. My dad, thank you for coming out here. He drove the RV all the way down on Thursday, so that's some dedication because there's no hotels due to March Madness. But yeah, super proud with how we did.
Great, thank you, Connor.
Thank you.
So here we come onto the front straightaway. X30 Junior into the tram lines. Elio Meza, Caleb Gaffera. New life for both of them here after coming away dry in the KA Junior main. We're green to 1 here. Good start for Meza. He gets a shove from Ingrata to go to the lead, but Gaffera from the outside will get down to second. Couple drivers shuffled wide. As a whole, the field makes it down the back straightaway. All 30 plus into turn number 4. Gaffera going to pull out a line last second. He'll take the lead into 4 and 5. And so it's Gaffera out front over Meza. Then Ingrata. Max Garcia is 4th. Looks like 5th will be Ernesto Rivera, and they'll all work their way out of turn number 8 here this time.
Again, underway with X30 Junior. This is the run through the X30 categories to cap off this year's SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. And looks like probably about an 8-driver breakaway in this lead group. They're going to get a little feisty coming through turn number 11. That's going to give Gaffera a little bit of breathing room coming out of turn number 13 and 14 over to 15. But we'll give you a top 10 rundown when they come back around. Rawlson Performance Group, the sponsor of our X30 Junior category. Opening lap, pretty solid. Everybody's settling in here right now. Gaffera getting that big jump out, and we'll see what happens here as they come out using all the racetrack on the exit. Gaffera the leader, Mesa into second, Garcia third, Ingrata fourth, Taylor up to fifth, Ernesto Rivero in sixth spot, Parker DeLong seventh, Brandon Carr eighth, Christian Miles and Leonardo Scorpioni rounding out the top 10.
Big run for Ingrata. Garcia got by him into the last turn. Now he's going to go with help. A little bit too much help from Max Taylor, who shoves him on by, and Garcia will at least get clear on Ernesto Rivera. Parker DeLong was looking to get by as well, couldn't do it. All single file out of turn number 8 while they chase Caleb Gaffera and Elio Meza out front, who are starting to separate both themselves, and Gaffera himself separate a little bit from Meza. Last time by the stripe was 6/10. Looks to be a little bit bigger. While we watch them head on through, let's send it on down to a very happy guy from the Netherlands who just got 2 main event shifter victories in the pro shifter class. Marian Krummers is down here with Jenna by the scales. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Marian Krummers, your second win this weekend, both in shifter. You came back to your roots, world champion.
Happy, obviously. It's been a long time since I had a win. First one in America. Now to double up in the weekend is great. Swept the whole weekend, so yeah, couldn't be more happy.
Yeah, there's not much to ask because you walked away at the beginning of that race. You had so much free time as to wave to your fans while you were racing. Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend?
The whole PSL crew, Birla, Ronnie Sala, Dom for doing the engines. They were amazing. Yeah, anybody that's been supporting me. It's been a rough weekend for me doing double duty in both X30 and shifter, so I've got 20 more laps to go. Excited for those, but I'm tired, so everybody's been supporting me. It's been really helpful.
Definitely physical. Will we see more of you in shifter in America this year?
I think after this weekend we may have to have a serious talk, PSL and I, and maybe have to do double duty the rest of the SKUSA Pro Tour, yeah.
Great. Well, we at Kart Chaser cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you.
Headed into the final corner here this time by. We'll put 3 down, 17 laps to go. And X30 Junior on to the front straightaway. Caleb Gaffera, Elio Meza, Aiden Ingrata, and Max Taylor all the way down to turn number 1. They lead the field through 1 and 2. Here's Brandon Carr. He just got by Ernesto Rivera to move up to 6th. Quickest on the racetrack all the way down in 10th for Leonardo Scorpioni.
Did have a couple drivers get together, G3 Argyro and Jesus Vasquez Jr. together on the racetrack on the opening laps. They'll fall down to the 29th and 30th spots respectively, but indeed it's about a half a second lead here for Caleb Gaffera as you see him coming through turn number 9 now. Second, third, and fourth lined up though, Elio Mesa, Aiden Ingrata, and Max Taylor. We've seen Taylor at the pointy end of the grid all weekend long in that LN kart, the Lando Norris chassis, the OTK product. And he is right behind Ingrata and Mesa. I believe all 4 of those drivers up front on an OTK product as well. Gafera on the Cosmic. Mesa, I believe, on the Tony kart. Ingrata, I think, running the Red Speed. And then Taylor on the LN kart. Then we've got behind them Max Garcia on the Will Power.
Aiden Ingrata looking really strong here. He was able to bring Max Taylor by on Elio Meza at the down the backstretch, I believe. That time by through to 4. So they're second and third. Hooked up down the backstretch again. Let's see if they can close the gap up to Gafera. You can see the margin closing a little bit, pulling away from Elio Meza. Max Garcia also in no man's land, trying to hang on to the top 4 as Meza closes back up, because it's a madhouse behind him there. From 6th on back, Brandon Carr, Christian Miles, Ernesto Rivera and company, all the way down to what looks to be 11th and Sebastian Weldon. And Gafera's lead, that's going to get eaten up here. Ingrata looking strong, and he's got, again, help coming with him with 15 laps to go with the stripe.
Xander, you wonder if any of these junior drivers just happened to watch the Mini Swift race with Jack Iliff and Tyler Roberts just simply working together to pull away. If indeed they've done that, we would see all 4 of these drivers stretch away. Garcia, Carr, Miles behind them would have absolutely no chance because these drivers would stretch away. Maybe not Max Garcia. He's not that far back, but I have a sneaking feeling that these 4 drivers are not going to stay in this particular order for the next, 13 laps before we get to the end. I got a feeling we'll see a lot of slicing and dicing like maybe this pass here down into turn number 3.
Yeah, big pass there. Aiden Ingrata to the lead with help from Max Taylor. So move Aiden Ingrata up the order. Taylor into second. Gafera slots to third. Meza still 4th, and Garcia looming there in the 5th spot. He went purple last time by. 103.936 was half a second better than Gafera, was even to Ingrata, and they're all stacking up there in turn number 10. That'll allow the Will Power Car driver of Max Garcia to get into the mix. And Christian Miles has finally broken free of the group behind, or at least to a degree. Brandon Carr behind him, so he might be able to take them to the top 5 as well. As there goes Gafera to the inside of Max Taylor. He'll bring Elio Meza with him into 3rd.
Yeah, it also allows Max Garcia, who just went purple, to get back in there with a 5-driver battle up front. The gap back now to Christian Miles. We'll see what they come across. Yeah, 1.6 seconds. Christian Miles on the LN kart running in 6th. Brandon Carr on the Bennick in 7th. The Tony kart Parker DeLong 8th. The Cosmic of Rivera in 9th. And Scorpione on the Tony kart for Zanella Racing rounding up the top 10.
Yeah, 13 and a half laps to go as they'll pound over the curbs here. 5-driver lead group, like you mentioned. Still only about 2 seconds, maybe second and a half back to Christian Miles in the 6th position, who last time by the stripe, a 104.3. So he did lose a little bit to the race leader. Needs to be a little bit faster to get there on his own or with some help from Brandon Carr. Carr at a 104.2. No changes in the lead pack altogether. We've got, of course, yesterday's winner, Caleb Gafera, in second. Aiden Ingrata trying to rebound here on Sunday. Elio Meza rebounding as well in this division. 1 in KA100. Had a chain failure in X30 Junior. He runs 3rd on the racetrack there, going back to Max Taylor and then Max Garcia.
Just 2 more races to go in this year's Winter Nationals following this particular race, X30 Master. And, of course, the headline, X30 Senior. You can put your tools down for that one. Get yourself out to the grandstand over in the stadium section of the racetrack, or grab a piece of fence here, because this is going to be a ton of fun to watch. Our X30 Senior main event. We got 5 drivers lined up here in X30 Junior, and I have a feeling that this thing is far from being ready to heat up. It's going to really dial things up here once these drivers start dialing back in. Ingrata, Gafera, Meza, Taylor, and Garcia, your top 5. 0.8 of a second separating those drivers last time by. And again, this year a little bit further back as well, as the drivers, that's I believe Miles, Carr, and DeLong lined up. That is the 6th, 7th, and 8th place drivers working their way through turn number 15. Now, they're your leaders. That's the gap back to 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Not that far back, to be honest, Xander. We should probably keep a look at that because 6th, 7th, 8th all turning their best laps last time by. And they're doing it again. Miles and Carr with their fast laps as well, quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, picked up another 10th, so now they're 1.4 off the rear bumper of Max Garcia. This will help here. Max Taylor, oh no, he thought better of it. Looked for a moment like he was going to try and pass Elio Meza. He tucked back in line, so no change inside the top 5. But like you said, Rob, I mean, that group there led by Christian Miles, they're coming. They need a little more passing up front. If they can get it, it will be a good run and make it an 8-car grouping for the moment until they all shuffle and inevitably break up once again. For now, though, they're still they've got time. They can wait it out as long as they are consistent and they don't fade on their pace.
Yeah.
Because they've still got 11 and a half laps around.
And if they still work together and the pace they have right now, you know these guys up front are going to start the fight. Now, the gap back to Miles, Carr, and DeLong, 1.4 seconds. It's a pretty big gap right now, but it's not going to take much. A couple of dive bomb moves. Gaffera tries to move the inside of Angrada. Mesa tries to check up on Gaffera, whatever it is. It will bring those drivers back in. Mesa just went purple. No, DeLong now purple. And again, Miles, 1:1039. But a tenth quicker than Garcia, make it 1.3 seconds now as Garcia looking, I think, to get by Taylor. Garcia to the inside, book it. He'll go to P3 in turn 3.
Nice move by Max Garcia.
Fourth, rather.
Yeah, P4, you're right. A little gap between the top 3 and those 2 as they close back up. That'll kind of keep, if they were a little bit further back, it'd help Miles. They're just ahead of the drafting window for Christian Miles' group. Aiden Ingrata continuing to lead, and Caleb Gaffera, Elio Meza, on the other hand, they're showing a lot of patience here, whether they're being told so or they're monitoring the gaps themselves. Staying single file, patiently following Aiden Ingrata is allowing them to keep that margin back and make it, at worst, a 5-car grouping.
Well, what the issue could be is either Max Garcia or Max Taylor falling back to Christian Miles. That will be the draft that they'll need, right, if they're able to pull themselves forward. It's that here comes a move. Down to the inside comes Gaffera. Book it. Caleb Gaffera to P1. He decides he wants to go to the lead. No more following Ingrata. They'll push their way down the back straightaway. Does Ingrata go back to the lead? He does not. He'll slot into second. He'll let Gaffera push that air for a little bit, as it definitely allowed Garcia and Taylor to close back up. The gap from Taylor back to, Taylor back to his car now is 1.2 seconds. They're definitely chipping away there in 6th, 7th, and 8th.
Yeah, and they traded spots there. Not sure why. Christian Miles is making up good ground, but ultimately Brandon Carr thought it'd be better with him in the front of the pack and Parker DeLong pushing him, so that's what's kind of hurt them a little bit, but at least, again, they were quicker, and we got one turned over in front of the field. That is the 799 Cameron Brinkman, and he got climbed over by somebody, maybe the 796 of Diego Ardiles. Both drivers involved, they were running 14th, and Ardiles a little bit further down in 20th as Gaffera leads here with 9 to go.
Little bit of separation now in that top 5. You can see Gaffera pulling a bit like he did yesterday, then a little bit of a gap back as well to Taylor, a gap back to Garcia, then the gap back to Brandon Carr. A little bit of separation. We've saw this before. Here's a move further back too, rather for second. That's, I believe, Mesa, I think, to the inside of Ingrata. So Elio Mesa maybe saw Gaffera pulling away a little bit out front and said, no, I cannot let you get away. If Aiden can't stay with you, I got to go to P2, and that's what Mesa did. He's put that Iron Rock Motorsports Tony Kart into second.
Yeah, definitely here. He's got himself midway between the trio, and with Max Garcia fading backwards here, Max Taylor went back by him. That's allowing Brandon Carr and Parker DeLong to make up some more ground. Last time by, Max Garcia 104.5, Carr 104.0. Exactly 1 second back at the stripe. This time they might get a little bit of a sniff of the draft. No, DeLong going to go by Carr, so that'll cost them some time.
Yeah.
Every time that group of 3 starts making up hayway, they pass for the lead.
I don't get it. You know, they're getting the job done. They're chipping away, 8 laps to go, and they've just been going at it. DeLong makes that move, and again, he's going to get some help from behind from Brandon Carr. He knows he needs to do it, but they were literally closing back up.
They were almost there.
I'll tell you, if I was the team, I'd be so frustrated on the sidelines right now. I'm like, you guys are doing it. You're working together. Stick with it. Go get them. And then, nope, you pass, especially in turn 17 where you know you lose so much of that ground coming out of the corner.
But, again, that's a little bit of what's to expect. X30 Junior, you've got kids from 11 to 15 years old. I mean, they are middle school, just barely getting into high school. You know, they say high school and college football is unpredictable. These kids are 11 to 15 years old, so they're going to do stuff that's very unpredictable and may not always make sense, but that's what makes this class so unpredictable and so fun to watch.
Caleb Gaffaro leading, as you see, coming into that final corner. Big wide arc. Mesa having to look to the inside, a little tighter for Mesa, and they'll roll themselves back out to put lap 13 in the books, 7 laps remaining. Let's see what the gap is now. Garcia and DeLong both turning their fastest laps, but it was down to 9/10 of a second, that gap between 5th and 6th. Now it's 1.2 seconds, and even though DeLong turning his fastest lap of the race, they've fallen back a little bit more, and indeed they are significantly 2 seconds back from the leader. Carr 2.3, Miles 2.6. Another second up the road is, or down the road is Sebastian Weldon.
Yep, Sebastian Weldon was with that group for a little bit. He kind of took a while to get going, just at his best lap of the race as well, but it's about a 1/10 and a half off of those guys. He's back in 9th, still with about a 6 or 7/10 cushion to Leo Scorpioni. Then Ernesto Rivera, who started inside the top 5 and has just faded backwards as well. So a couple drivers going backwards, at least for the ones going forwards, having good days. Michael Costello from 24th, up 12 spots to 12th, digging for a little bit more. Needs a little bit of help, though. He's about 4 seconds back from Rivera.
Yeah, Ivana Richards as well started 25th. She's up into the 15th spot. Last time by a 1:05.4. She's right there with Fernando Luque. But the leaders coming through 1, 2, and over to 3 again, Xander. And you can see Caleb Gaffaro with the lead. But look at the big run you're going to get out of Elio Mesa. Comes right in on him, thinks about going to the inside. They all stack up at the end. And a little bit of contact into the corner there between Max Taylor and Max Garcia. And I wonder, again, if it's similar to yesterday. Remember, you and I talked about potential gearing differences. You think that maybe Gaffaro with another tooth, a little bit quicker on the infield, and then could potentially defend down the back straightaway. Pulled a couple of kart lengths here as well. The draft, I know, is big at this particular racetrack, but they really reel in Gaffaro when they go down the back chute.
I mean, that you could definitely tell, no matter whether they're on differences of gearing or just a little bit with carburation. In any case, Gaffaro's got a great drive coming out of turn number 10, the left-handed 180. And then you can see, of course, not so much from the lower views, but from some of the upper views, how much he can pull out of these corners. Now, these are a little bit higher speed than some of those hairpins earlier on in the racetrack, so you're not going to see that gap change as much, getting closer to the equal parts of the power band, and then, like you said, Mesa will close in the toe. Max Garcia, he had a big bobble that lap there. Gave up half a second, and now he's giving some draft to Parker DeLong and Brandon Carr, and is without someone to push him. And Ingrata going to pass Mesa for second, so starting to get a little bit dicey all across the group. 5 to go.
Yeah, with 5 to go, again, we talked about the fact this is when you flick the switch on the strategy if you're not in the top 2 or top 3. If you're 5th, 4th, whatever it may be, you know you got to go. You have to get yourself into that challenge position. Aiden Ingrata wants to be P2, doesn't want to get shuffled back. You're in 3rd. You're worried about potentially going back to 4th. That doesn't mean that much midway through. If you go back to 4th, you can always, fight your way back forward. But over those last couple of laps, going backwards is not the way you need to move. You got to go forward. You got to get to P2. Consider whether I want to lead here or do I want to run second. We'll see how it plays out. We've watched guys win from P1. We've watched guys in second make the move. 4 laps to go this time by. Gaffaro will cross the line with almost 0.3 of a second. Parker DeLong just went purple. He is now to within 0.4 of a second of Max Garcia. He's got Brandon Carr right there pushing with him as well, as does Ingrata with Max Taylor behind him. A lot of action here as Gaffaro leads him to 3 and 4.
Max Taylor thought for a moment to pull to the inside of Ingrata. He showed a nose down the inside lane. Didn't decide to do it, and then he pushed Ingrata at the end of the straightaway. Had it pushed him all the way through, they might have been able to mess with Gaffaro. In any case, here with Garcia by on Mesa, that is going to still allow them to maybe be in contention. I mean, they're 4 car lengths, 5 car lengths back. They need some more passing up front to get it. 1 pass would do it. 2 passes would definitely do it. 3 to go this time.
I think Parker DeLong may have a shot at Garcia and Mesa before this is all said and done, because he is definitely moving up forward. As I said, purple last time by. As Xander just illustrated, 3 laps to go next time by, and there's a move for the lead right there. Coming onto the corner, Ingrata able to go by. I don't know that Taylor came by as well. He did not. Caleb Gaffaro able to tuck back in behind Ingrata. So move Aiden Ingrata, the Speed Concepts driver, into P1. The Rollers and Performance Group machine of Gafera still in second. Taylor third, Garcia fourth, Mesa fifth. DeLong right there now with Elio Mesa. And Brandon Carr trying to step up, as is Christian Miles. Top 8 drivers now all within 2 seconds, 1.8 to be exact.
Yeah, big group here now, all close together. 6 to 8 drivers in total. Ingrata versus Gafera, that may be it. And then if anyone else can get in there to play spoiler, Max Taylor looking for that first career X30 Junior National win. Gafera and Ingrata have already gotten plenty here, not just this year, but over the last year and a half. They've had a stellar run in general, and they've been in this spot many times before. Whether it's just the two of them, whether it's just them by themselves, or whether it's a big pack, they've competed, lost, and won when battling for an X30 Junior National win. 2 laps to go. 2 veterans here at the front at X30 Junior.
Yeah, Xander, think back to KA100 Senior yesterday when Cedric Lupien was able to take over from third, and over-under gave him the win. We'll see whether or not Max Taylor ready to back clean up here right now from P3. If these leaders go at it, you could see an over-under and potentially Max Taylor coming out here with a victory. I'll tell you one thing, Max Garcia back on the scene as well. Everybody's kind of checking up here. Max Garcia from fourth, right onto the rear bumper now of Max Taylor. Here comes Elio Mesa, Parker DeLong as well, and Carr and Miles not out of it. When we start racing, things are going to get interesting. Here's a move to the inside. We are side by side. That's Gafera back into second spot. Gafera, Taylor, I think, moves back a position. That moves Max Garcia into third. So it's still Ingrata and Gafera up front. Driver moving backwards was Taylor.
Yeah, Max Taylor kind of got into Gafera and Ingrata a little bit harder, maybe not anticipating how much they would slow up. An accordion effect for the defensive driving. And then, of course, got hung on the outside, and as Garcia got by, he fought the pass. Now he's going to lose the spot to Parker DeLong. Through one, Ingrata's got them all the way on the bottom side. Final lap, down the back straightaway. Aiden Ingrata to the inside lane, Gafera to the outside. The whole lane's on the inside behind Ingrata, and they're all going to freight train Gafera. Max Garcia to second. They're 3 wide, 2 wide behind him.
That was a flat-out NASCAR draft. He got outside. Gafera goes around. Gafera around for P5. Contact further back. 4 drivers pulling away. Gafera got looped around coming through. The remainder of the drivers try to continue. It's Ingrata, your leader, coming out of turn number 10 over to 11. Aiden Ingrata, your leader, the Will Power Car driver. Max Garcia now into the second position. Let's stack them up. Elio Mesa's right there. So is Parker DeLong still. Ingrata going to work his way around here into turn number 15. What is 17 going to look like? Ingrata's going to go to the bottom. What do we see out of Garcia? Some contact coming through. That is textbook for Ingrata. Runs the inside line, and he will win in X30 Junior. Ingrata the winner. Garcia second. Mesa in third. DeLong fourth. Miles fifth. Rivera sixth. Seventh for Carr. Eighth for Scorpioni. Ninth for Weldon, and the spin around in turn number 4 and 5, or 5 and 6 rather, Caleb Gafera dropping back to 10th.
Yeah, that's
wow.
that got crazy there at the end. Parker DeLong for a long time didn't look like he was going to be a part of that one. Ends up inside the top 5. Christian Miles ends up in 5th. He tagged along for the ride. Ernesto Rivera 6th. Brandon Carr ends up across the line 7th. Leo Scorpioni 8th. Sebastian Weldon 9th. Gafera was able to get back going in 10th. Max Taylor, I think, was the other driver involved, and I don't think he was able to continue. Gets scored in 27th. So Taylor and Gafera must have been the main 2 involved in the tangle. It was just at the edge of the shot, and then we hung on the leaders because you never know what was going to happen in Ingrata.
Yeah.
Like you said, textbook defending. Hangs on, wins an X30 Junior over Max Garcia and Elio Mesa.
That is the best defense we've seen so far in turn number 17. Just ran to the bottom and was able to get it around. Didn't go too wide. We saw guys do that, but did not let anything happen. And I think even having Mesa right behind Garcia didn't allow him to move any kind of an over-under, right? He almost had to preserve himself. So Garcia, who started in the 4th spot, ends up in 2nd. And Ingrata, big win for him for sure. And tough one for Gafera. He was looking to back up a win yesterday. This may end up needing to be a drop before things are all said and done. To win a championship, I don't see a 10th being something you're going to use in your point calculation.
Right, I mean, you go back, of course, Ingrata, not the best day yesterday. Garcia will get double podiums. Mesa with a drop yesterday, a podium today.
Yep.
So, you know, Garcia gets consistent points.
Agreed.
So that's going to help him. Christian Miles, bad day yesterday, drops. gets a top 5 today, so that'll be good for his championship. And I can't remember if Ernesto Rivera ended up finishing good on the X30 or the KA, but I know one of them he was pretty solid.
He was on the podium, I think, in one of the races, if I'm not mistaken.
One of the two.
Yep.
So,
yep.
But again, it's easy to mix up. We got so many races and a lot of the same faces in both, and they've flip-flopped of who's had good and bad days, of course. But X30 Junior presented by Rawlson Performance Group is wrapped. X30 Master presented by Vinco Tires will be next. X30 Senior, we'll talk to a bunch of those drivers during the X30 Master race as well for the main event, the headline division to come still here live from New Orleans. You're watching Kart Chasers coverage of the SuperKarts USA Winter Nationals. So we're back here, and we've got a couple interviews we'll be getting to you guys here. First up, we're going to send it down to the scale area. Kendall Hedge is caught up with Aiden Ingrata after a wild one here to wrap X30 Junior. Kendall?
Hi, I'm here with Aiden Ingrata, who finished P1 today. Aiden, how are you feeling right now?
I feel really good. I'm really tired after that 20-lap race, but it was a fun race. I mean, you can't break away on this track, but, I mean, me and Helio caught up to Caleb, and then I got by, just blocked the last 2 laps, and won the race.
Yeah, you sat patient there in the pack for a while. What did you do to maintain staying up there?
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning, I led a couple laps, heated up my tires a little bit, so Helio was trying to catch Caleb, and I was just laying back and cooling down my tires for them.
All right, who do you want to thank today for helping you out?
I want to thank my mechanic Buckley, Alex for the driver coaching, Mike and Mario for the Speed Lab racing engines, and my family for watching on Kart Chaser.
All right, well done and congratulations, Aiden.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kendall, here, and of course, congrats to Aiden Ingrata. We're joined in the booth by Nick Bruckner. Nick, we were worried, obviously, about you. Yourself and Carson Morgan took you a second to get up out of the go-kart, but you were all right. Just a rough ending, obviously, to your day here in KA Senior.
Yes, sir. It was just kind of the whole week has been kind of problem after problem. Thursday afternoon, or after practice, I actually went to the ER just to get checked out because I was having pain. For those that don't know, I have Ewing sarcoma, which is a rare childhood cancer. And so, yeah, I was just kind of worried and don't want anything to be wrong while I'm not at home, you know, and there's not really great places to be around. Then as the week progressed, my ribs just got worse and worse, and I'm pretty sure I bruised them, fractured them, broke them. We'll see when I get home on Monday.
The doctor said he's fine body-wise, just crazy to be out here right now.
Well, he's definitely a little bit wild, but then again, so are all of us here. X30 Masters going green. Danilo Romalo, Mario Barrios. You talk about the crazy old men, as I like to jokingly call them, all with love, of course. But
my brethren, what are you talking about?
Sorry, right. The crazy Robs out there on the racetrack here.
This is it.
But But as they head down to turn number 4, Nick, otherwise, I mean, the pace seemed at least halfway decent. Obviously, your body's one thing. That's not like you can change an axle and make it that much easier here with 15 minutes. But you seemed like the Ursuline Racing Tony Kart was rolling pretty good this week. Yes,
sir. I feel like if I was definitely 100%, it would have been a different story this weekend, and I would have definitely been up on that podium for sure. It's just hard, you know. I couldn't really go through a corner without just wincing and just clenching every muscle in my body.
That doesn't sound like fun at all.
Not at all.
Well, you're a trooper, man. We got a lot of guys cheering for you. You got a lot of people cheering for you back home, Nick. We're happy to always talk to you, see you at the racetrack here, and we hope you get some time to heal up and then obviously more time to get back behind the wheel, buddy. Thanks for talking with us.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Always good to see you, my friend. Again, X30 Master on track. As we said, Danilo Ramalho able to get that early lead. Mario Barrios slots into second. Curtis Terry in third. Pete Vedder in the fourth spot. Tom Gerstner in fifth. Ramalho out to a half a second lead on the opening circuit, a 20-lapper here. And again, as Xander had said, we have a full grid, 45 X30 seniors ready to cap things off for what has been a tremendous Winter Nationals, the fifth running of this fantastic event. Of course, the 13th season of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. It all started back in 2010 at Sonoma Raceway with the first running of the Spring Nationals. Ramalho, though, leading the way here. An X30 Master. We'll click these laps away. We'll get some more interviews with drivers as they get prepped to go for X30 Senior. Ramalho was the dominant driver yesterday. Mario Barrios, actually, Xander, not able to get to the end. He had second locked up on a flat tire. Very odd to see that flat tire. Not sure if he ran over something or dropped the wheel somewhere, cut a tire, but he ended up getting a flat tire with a couple laps to go. That moves Pete Vedder up into second and Curtis Terry into third. Barrios just turned the fast lap of the race, closes it up about 0.3 of a second. Vedder able to get by Curtis Terry. He's got him right behind him as well. So a couple drivers lined up. We know that Barrios closing up on your leader Ramalho, and I don't think that Curtis Terry is going to let Pete Vedder get away yet.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Mario Barrios is not just the most unpredictable Masters driver. He's just the most unpredictable driver in the paddock. You can't know what is going to happen when Mario Barrios gets onto the racetrack. Normally the 5'11", in this case, the reigning national #1. I'm still unsure of how he was able to consistently get through a championship and come out as the title winner. But you go back to Homestead, right? He'd go through, he'd start running the fastest laps, then he'd blow a corner that nobody had blown all weekend, go way off the racetrack, then start driving about a half second a lap slower. We go here this week, right? He's off all week. 2 laps to go in the final, he blows a tire. And it wasn't like he faked it. That tire fell down to the rim. He was going to try and drive it because he had such a lead back to third. He probably still could have got second. But for a tire to go down after 18 laps of consecutive running and pace laps, like you said, Rob, you got to think he dropped a wheel somewhere or ran over something, because there's no way if it was going to debead, I mean, that would have gone flat much sooner.
Yeah, again, I don't know whether a bead lock had backed out, or I don't know what ever happened to it. But anyways, as you said, it was on the sideline. And you're right, Mario's can knock out blinding speed, but then there'll be a lap where he'll maybe miss something a little bit. Not quite sure what it is. We've seen that happen before. Of course, battling with Jess Peterson last year for the championship. He does have blinding speed. There are times when he can lay down an absolute monster lap, but he's not letting Danilo Ramalho get away at all right now. And of course, great equipment underneath Mario Barrios for sure, for Rollison Performance Group on the Cosmic. Similar Cosmic for Ramalho, running for Racing Edge Motorsports and Kevin Monteith. Pete Vedder just inching away a little bit here from Curtis Terry. Was quicker last time by about 0.3 of a second. Now 0.6 up. So again, Vedder, veteran driver we've seen throughout the last probably 3 decades of racing. Good to see him back here on the national level, but Vedder, a driver with a storied history, running for Margay at events like the Quincy Grand Prix, the park race that happens every June. Rock Island Grand Prix does a lot of Margay Ignite racing as well. Pistol Pete Vedder. Ramalho, Barrios, Vedder, Terry, and Gerstner, 5 drivers in the category. 4 laps down, 16 still to go. And again, the X30 drivers just starting to pushing out here onto the grid. And Xander, we're going to have that thing absolutely packed with the absolute best tag drivers in the country. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this thing plays out. Yesterday was absolutely thrilling. And if we want to put an exclamation point on what's been a fantastic winter nat so far, this is going to be it right here, X30 Senior.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be massive here. This Class was phenomenal yesterday. It was a pretty tame pre-final. Then again, yesterday's pre-final, pretty wild, led to a wild main event. So will we see a wild main? It's hard to say. The top three were all unchanged. We had breaking news coming in. Dalton Haynes, the privateer hero, underweight in post-race tech inspection in the scale line by just a pound or two. Doesn't really make a performance difference to be a pound or two light. But unfortunately, once you go below the minimum weight, when you weigh in, they give you 2 tries. If you can't get it on the second try, you get DQ'd. He's going all the way to 45th on the grid here for the final from 4th.
Yeah, a shame after having such a great run and being where he was within the top 10, and really, with an earshot of potentially working his way onto the podium or even battling for a race win. You never know what's going to happen as things shake down. So for Dalton Haynes, again, another driver that we're going to see coming from the tail of the field. Hopefully he can put a good run in. Opening lap, crucial, as we know. We've seen drivers really get a bunch of laps or a bunch of positions, 10, 12 positions on the opening circuit. You got to hope for maybe some chaos to get through. But again, this main event's going to be exciting based on what we've had in the pre-main.
Yeah, I can't imagine that anyone's going to let the pre-main happen again here. Again, they watched Norberg have a great start. Cicero slip right in, and then both of them just kind of run 1-2.
That's it.
And, Nate Cicero, he's a winner. He won here at the Summer Nationals. He was dominant in his win in Newcastle, put nearly 7 seconds on the pack that weekend. And he's a guy who really came on strong in the summer, and he's not afraid to go to the lead and pass up his teammate. Now, he'll be smart about it. He's not just going to throw the race away, and that's why Norberg as well has a lot of respect for him.
Yep.
But I wouldn't put it out of the question that, if the two of them get hooked up, you'll just see Cicero push him and then just kind of allow Norberg to slip away. Because we've seen that happen a few times, not by teammates, but by other drivers that'll get there, get to Norberg, know maybe he's a little bit quicker and not force the issue. And you've just got to have the right guy. You don't want to go on the opposite end of the spectrum here where obviously some drivers this weekend have gotten a little bit too aggressive.
Right.
They're to a degree, and Braden can tell you, our Casey analyst and the rest of them, when someone's that fast, you want to shuffle them back early and then hopefully run before they get back to you.
Yeah, what everybody tried to do to Marion Kremers in the shifter cart category, right?
Absolutely.
See if we can't get in front of him and push him deeper in the pack and kind of keep him pushed down. They weren't able to do that, and they may not be able to do it with Norberg either. He's going to start on the pole position again. 4-time Superkarts USA Pro Tour champion. And we'll see what he is able to do. 7 laps into this one, 13 laps to go. Danilo Ramalho still on top, 1.2 seconds as the leader right now away from Mario Barrios. Same goes for Pete Vedder. He's been able to develop a lead of almost 5 seconds ahead of Curtis Terry. So the field pretty much spread out onto the racetrack right now like we saw yesterday. As long as we don't have any mechanicals, we'll see a very similar grid, or rather a podium than we saw yesterday. Ramalho, Barrios, and Vedder, the current top 3. But still time to go in this particular race. And, again, lining things up to have interviews ideally here with some of our X30 senior drivers before we go racing.
Indeed. John Burke is down on the grid. He's had a really good day here today. He's down with Kendall.
Hi, I'm here with John Burke, who is starting 4th today for the X30 Senior final. How are you feeling right now?
Pretty good. Just going to try to stay clean and make it to the finish.
Yeah, you've shown pace all weekend. How are you going to get it up to the front?
I just stay calm, be in the race towards the end, and we'll be good.
Yeah, well, we were talking on the way up to the camera that this is going to be a long race. How are you going to stay mentally prepared to make it all the way through?
Really just going to stay calm, try not to wreck, stay in the race, and we should be good after that.
All right, well, sounds good, John, and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, again, that's John Burke here, who's had a solid day. Looking at the pre-final results officially here for the X30 Senior class presented by Speed Lab Racing Engines. Again, he rolls off 4th. Was set to roll off 5th with Dalton Haynes. DQ moving the field up, moves Marion Kremers into the 5th position. Thomas Nevo to 6th. Massimino not with a great pre-final. He ends 7th. Ramos 8th. Adam Ali 9th. Jeremy Fletcher 10th.
Jeremy Fletcher, yesterday's winner, P10, was able to get himself up to where he needed to get to into the top 10 right now. I like Jeremy starting from 10th spot. I got to think he's going to be pretty aggressive at the start.
I'm curious to see how Pedro Hiltbrand does. He's been kind of silent here this weekend.
Agreed, yeah.
Got involved, I think, in the wreck in the first lap, 4th corner yesterday. And then today here, not a great qualifying run for Pedro. 12 spots gained up to 12th. So he's at least halfway up the order. was only about 2/10 off the pace of Norberg and Cicero, but he was on pace when it comes to best lap times to everybody else around him. I mean, that's the thing. Going all the way from where Hiltbrand was in 12th up to 3rd, Alessandro Di Tullio, the best lap times fluctuated by 1/10 of a second. Shows you how crucial qualifying and just overall positioning in the early couple laps, because once they get to the peak of the tires, everyone can hit about the same lap times here in this division. You won't see a lot of fluctuation. So that's just going to be a big, big factor here. We've got Dalton Haynes, it looks like, down with Kendall now with 11 laps coming to 10 laps to go here, halfway marker for the X30 Masters. Let's talk to the kid who's got a lot of work to do after what was such an impressive pre-final. Kendall?
I'm here with Dalton Haynes. Dalton, you were on fire in the pre-final, but unfortunately when you crossed the scales, you came in light. Now you have to start last. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, yesterday was really, really bad, and then today we went with Team Bennick, and they got us straightened up in qualifying, got 6th in qualifying. Felt like I could have done a little bit better. And then on the start, got a decent start ahead of Paulie, and then just ran in the front pack from there, stayed in 4th, stayed pretty good. Came off track, went across the scales and was 2 pounds light, and was like, oh, well, I guess we're starting from the back in the final. I don't think that there's going to be too much trouble for me coming through the field. There could be a wreck at the beginning, but I'm looking to go around top 15, top 10, maybe even top 5 if some big wreck happens. You never know in these big finals.
So you said you want to make it up to top 15. How are you going to avoid the chaos?
You basically just got to stick to a gap and hope that it works on the first couple corners, especially turn 1. You can make up a lot of positions there if your cart's positioned in the right area where there's no wrecks. So.
All right, well, sounds good, and we hope to see you up front, Dalton.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Again, Dalton Haynes there. Like he said, you know, he's just going to do what he can do here, try and make the best out of this. We've seen a lot of guys come from way back, but 45th, that is a long way to go to get towards the front of the pack here in X30 Senior. But at least here again, he's going to be able to do it over 20 laps, not through the pre-final. We've got more drivers coming to join as we've got 9 laps to go in X30 Master. We're getting set now here. One of the rookies, I think, will be joining us in just a few moments here with Kendall, so that'll be coming in just a few moments. Frankie Mossman, I believe, will be queued up next, and of course he had a good day yesterday, and then today, not so much. 26th in qualifying, 27th actually, picked up 6 spots in the pre-final, ended 21st. A lot of work to do for the Bennick driver. Starts about midway through the grid, but guess what? Norberg got to that lead pack yesterday, Rob, from way back, 28.
Yeah, you can do it, right? It can be done. You got to get a really good start and work your way forward, but again, we really haven't seen that much pace out of Frankie. Listen, he's 21st in 45 drivers. He's in the top of the group. He's in the top half, right? That's how competitive this is. I'd like to see what Frankie can do in this race, though.
Well, let's see what he has to say here. We'll send it down to you. Kendall?
I'm here with Frankie Mossman. You had an incident in the pre-final. What happened there?
Just went into the final corner and just got really unlucky that first lap, and we tried to make a bigger recovery, fell back to last, and made it all the way back up to 21st. And so we're just shooting for a little bit more and trying to get into that top 10 early on and hopefully make it in that fight and hopefully compete for the win.
Yeah, so you said you want to get up front. How are you going to do it?
Try to get on that inside. I mean, we're starting on it, but if you don't, everyone just starts to wash out. So we're just going to try to stay there, make some moves early on, and just see what we can end up with.
Are you expecting it to be a pretty clean race, or are you expecting it to kind of be like yesterday, pretty aggressive?
It's going to be hectic. I mean, it's the final race of the weekend. People want to show themselves. They want to be the top driver, and it's a big ego battle. So it's going to be really difficult, and there's going to be a lot of bumpers in.
All right, well, sounds good, and I wish you lots of luck. Thank you.
Again, Frankie Mossman here rolls off 21st on the inside of row number 11. With 7 laps to go in X30 Masters, Danilo Romalo making his way around the racetrack here in the final bit of commentary going through for him, as we've got quite a big gap for Danilo Romalo back to Mario Barrios. Barrios kept it close, 2.5 seconds. Since then faded backwards. We've got Santiago Tracini, his first U.S. start of 2022, down here with Kendall as well. Another driver here looking for a little more luck, maybe a little more pace as well in this main event. Kendall?
Hi, I'm here with Santiago Tracini. You said you've kind of had a rough weekend. What's been going on?
Oh, well, you know, after 5 months of not being in the go-kart, last race was in Vegas. I took some time off, and I thought I could come here straight away, but obviously it's posed a little problems for us. We've been having some troubles getting together with the track, getting everything dialed in, and obviously you see the go-kart field and it's a whole mix of drivers every session, every different session, so you see just how competitive and how high of a caliber the race really is. But yeah, just trying to get back in it, trying to do good, and hopefully we can make some positions up after the rough day.
Yeah, you're starting mid-pack. How are you expecting to move forward?
Definitely got a good start. I think that's one of the most important things you need for a race. Once you have that, I think all you have to do is just carry the momentum going, keep picking off people one by one, and yeah, just finish the race and have a good one.
All right, well, sounds good and good luck.
All right, well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So again, just 6 laps remaining in X30 Masters. Ramalho, 2.8 seconds ahead of Mario Barrios, Pete Vedder. A little bit of a gap right now over Curtis Terry. Tom Gerstner running 5th.
Yeah, not much of a change there, Rob. I know you're looking at me to add something to it.
Nothing to add.
I don't have much. Listen, nothing bad. Listen, we've got all 5. All right, we've made it farther than where we were yesterday. Tom Gerstner was out at this point with by lap 6. Barrios, he's coming up on his fateful lap 18. That's all coming the way here. The X30 Senior grid starting to form up. You can see it in the interviews behind Kendall, of course. Most of the drivers already making their way into position for the X30 Senior main event.
Xander, let's call this the calm before the storm.
This is, dude.
We're taking a break right now. We're letting our voices come back a little bit because we know it's going to be big.
Oh,
X30 Senior's coming. This could be interesting. So obviously taking a bit of time. Not a lot of action here. 5 drivers in the field, as we said. And Danilo Ramalho really has been the class throughout the weekend. He's just got so much pace. We do have one of our team owners actually joining us down on pit lane. Kendall standing by with Ryan Perry.
Hi, I'm here with Ryan Perry. Ryan, how are you expecting this race to go?
Well, we're hoping to get up to the front and have a shot to win. We made pretty big adjustments. We were missing something in the pre-final. So the 2 best chances we have would be Massimino in P7 and Cole Morgan in P11. So we'll see what we got for them.
Well, they're starting right in the mix of everything. So how do you think the race overall is going to be?
I think it'll be a battle similar to yesterday. I think people don't want Norberg to get away, so I think they're going to try to battle him the whole time, but we'll see what happens.
All right, well, we wish all of your drivers good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Solid team in the American karting community, Ryan Perry Motorsports. We see these guys up front a lot. They've got a lot of tremendous drivers, and Ryan's done a great job putting that program together.
Yeah, I mean, that's a team, obviously, that's especially really caught on fire over the last couple of years, you could say. You know, Ryan Perry, based out of California, then has continued to expand, and then as the East Coast Racing picked up with the U.S. Pro Kart Series, with the SKUSA Pro Tour having more events out this way, with Miami X30 Mini Swift, rock racing, wherever it may be, he's found a way to, continuously scale that group, and then ultimately, obviously, having a major showing here at the SKUSA Pro Tour. I think he said he had somewhere around the ballpark of 16 or 18 team drivers here this week.
And you're talking about
averaging that.
You're talking about the Morgans. You're talking about Paulie Massimino. There's a lot of great drivers under that tent right now.
Yeah, a lot of expertise under the RPM 10 and a lot of wins so far this weekend. They're looking for one of the marquee class victories. They were close, obviously, with Carson Morgan yesterday in the KA100 Senior class. Parker DeLong had a great showing there in juniors, making his way forward. Paulie Massimino, their closest guy right now in X30 Senior. The Morgan brothers could come from further back. They've got a little bit of work to do to get there, but they still could get up front. In either case, he's a big fan of the sport, just like everyone that's involved on the team side. Mike Rollison, Mike Speed. You go through Trinity Karting Group with Sean Bailiff. Yep. You've got all the, Seth Nash Motorsports. I mean, you could name it every single one.
Yannick
These guys
Rowland,
are diehards.
Carolyn USA. These guys they're all about it, right? This is what this is all about. Like driver training, driver development. You love the sport. That's why we're here.
And you can bet they're all going to be on the fence, if not on their own haulers, taking a break from packing up here and getting ready to watch if they've got drivers or not in the X30 Senior class, because it's just, again, a really pure peak of the sport with where we're at right now. The Pro Shifter class is coming back. It's been at that point before. The X30 Senior class, 45 with probably 20 that if they hit the cards right, could come away with a win here today, especially if it ends up being a pack race like yesterday.
And again, this is it's a living being throughout the day. You're always getting the car better and better. What changes have you made? You may have been back there in 15th and 16th. You hit the mark, though, and you got a rocket. You can work your way forward here. There's so many passing opportunities. It's not like some of the other racetracks. You go out west to like a Phoenix or something like that, where there's limited places to pass, right? This is a place where there's so many overtaking opportunities that if you're ready to go and you got the speed, you can get the job done. And speaking of getting the job done, Danilo Ramalho will see the white flag, final circuit here in the X30 Masters category. Again, not a lot to talk about. No real wheel-to-wheel action after the first couple of laps. Ramalho, the leader. Barrios, Vetter, Terry, and Kirshner. 5 drivers here in X30 Master. The category brought to you by Avinco Tires. And Danilo Ramalho getting ready to sweep the weekend here in this particular category.
Yeah, getting ready to do a full-on clean sweep here, Marion Kremer style, over the X30 Master class. At least right now it looks like all 5 should make it through to the checker. Granted, spread out quite a ways across the racetrack through turns 11 and 12 here. Danilo Ramalho, I mean, he's a top-level X30 Masters driver. You could see 20 X30 Masters on the racetrack, and the result on the top step of the podium very well could be the same. He's come away with wins already earlier here in the month of March. He kicks off the month of April, rounding turn number 17, with win number 2 of the month. On day number 3, Danilo Ramalho wins the next 30 Masters. Mario Barrios will come across the line to finish in second. Third will go to Pete Vetter when he makes it around, barring any mechanical failures. About a 20-second margin currently back from Mario Barrios. And that wraps, of course, the Masters class. Ramalho there, and that just leaves the big show. All that's left here, Rob.
That's it. Came all the way down here to NOLA Motorsports. Went through a couple of beautiful days of practice on Thursday and Friday. Of course, the rain that we knew was coming. It was forecast, 70% chance, and we got it for practice, qualifying, and the pre-finals. A ton of rain. A weather delay, lightning delay. We all were in the taking cover on Saturday morning. It eventually cleared to dry racing in the afternoon for the main events. And then a gorgeous day here today, about 78 degrees, I think, trackside here right now. Gorgeous blue skies. I can't see a cloud anywhere. Great way to cap off this year's Winter Nationals, the 5th running of this event, the opening round of the SuperKarts USA Pro Tour. And like you said, all that's left are the big dogs of single-speed racing. X30 Senior, 45 strong, about set to roll off the grid.
Well, first up here, let's go ahead and let's take a look at our Odenthal EasyGP mount onboard cam, where Braden Eves was able to take us around at a full-speed lap here on Friday, and show you what we've got here. Showed this a couple times earlier today. We'll show you again one more time of what an X30 Senior looks like at full speed around NOLA Motorsports Park. Rather than doing a walking track preview this week, we figured we'd spice things up a little bit. So I've got our KC driver analyst Braden Eves suited up in Marion Kremer's suit. He's going out in his go-kart. Marion, what's our rules again?
If he goes off, he has to clean it himself.
Yeah, if he goes off, he's got to clean it, so he might have a long night ahead. Well, let's get to it.
All right.
Going to turn 1, kind of a medium braking zone. The car likes to slide a lot. Middle to the exit. This is easy flat. Again, down the longest straightaway. And into the fastest braking zone. Again, apex track all the way out. Double apex corner. All the way into the tight section. People are going to be using these curves a lot. And it's really critical to get a good exit out of there for this run. Onto the outside curve to extend the entry. Deep on the brakes. Use the track at the exit. Another right-hander, quite easy. Some curb hops to straighten out the line. Track out, use this curb on entry. Late on the brakes. And into the last corner to complete the lap. Late on the brakes again, and you can use all of this runoff here.
Well, here we are with the full lap complete. Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero are going to get set to lead the field to the green alongside them. Back to row 2, Alessandro DiTullio and John Burke.
How about Martin Kremers on the inside of row number 3 alongside Thomas Naveau, while Paulie Massimino and Diego Ramos will be on row number 4.
Rounding your top 10, Adam Ollie and yesterday's winner, Jeremy Fletcher, starts 10th. Then it's Pedro Hiltbrand and Cole Morgan on row 6.
Row 7, Noah Baker alongside Dante Yu. Then we'll have Kyriakos Soukas and Tyler McIntyre. Field working its way onto the front straightaway for the final time of this year's Winter Nationals. It's a time to go racing. And X30 Senior, field set, into the lanes. Green, 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 and they are racing away. Norberg going to the bottom. Cicero trying to hold on as well. One driver backwards all the way up to the start finish line.
Dalton Haynes got taken out there trying to get a good start from the back of the field.
Another driver slowing down the back straightaway, but the rest of the field working their way into turn 3 and 4 for the first time. The Rawlson Performance Group Cosmics trying to go 1-2. You see the field working their way through, and indeed, whole shot start for Ryan Norberg. Cicero goes to second. 3 drivers together further back. That's a kart roll. The driver is actually out of the go-kart, and the kart itself rolling into an area. There's the driver who's off. One of them involved the 397, Xander.
Is that Jeremy Fletcher? I'm trying to identify who we've got off the racetrack over here.
Again, one of the drivers all the way off the racetrack, as I said. Robert Soroka, one of the drivers he was still on his kart. The other literally went by itself across the racetrack over into turn number
Fletcher
8 and 9.
There we go, pass for second. DiTullio, ooh, and a little hip check as Cicero mistimed the pass. So now DiTullio goes to work on catching Ryan Norberg and the rest of the pack to do the same. He's got a big gap here. Thomas Naveau's with him. Will Naveau push DiTullio? They're going to try and run him down. They know what they're up against. They are up against a 5-time Pro National champ that is firing on all cylinders.
Potential drivers involved: Jacob Hoover, Santiago Trissini, I think, may have been involved there. Oscar Pinoza and Zachary Mabry not coming back. I'm not sure which drivers actually took the start. We know that could have been Trissini, who was actually sitting out there and got in that incident over in turn number 5 and 6.
Well, it looks like at least DiTullio and Naveau made up a little bit of ground down the backstretch, hooking up here. They're only about 4 to 5 car lengths back from the race leader. Unfortunate for Jacob Hoover. He's about halfway back the racetrack. Here they go to turn 15. Naveau still on the bumper. Does he go? He goes for second. So he thinks he can be a little bit quicker than DiTullio and hopefully run down Ryan Norberg. Nate Cicero going to go on DiTullio as well. So let's see. Can the Kart Republic of Thomas Naveau catch Ryan Norberg? He goes purple that time, 4/10 better. Oh, John Burke just got a load from behind, nailed into the turn 1 corner.
Yeah, you can see him roll into the corner and try to get the thing turned, and all of a sudden some contact from the back, shot the thing sideways. He was able to control it. Good job there. Further back, we got some aggressive side-by-side racing. That's outside, I believe, the top 4. Let me be back with Hiltbrand, Kremers, Ramos, and Massimino up front. Norberg with about a half a second advantage. This is the gap that he wanted early. There's no doubt about that, as the drivers now circulate here on lap number 3. 3-driver, 4-driver breakaway. Norberg, Naveau, Cicero, and DiTullio. The 4 drivers starting to pull away early. John Burke, Xander, was leading that next group, but didn't have the luck coming through turn number 1. Got contact from behind.
What a start from Pedro Hiltbrand. Hard to tell from the shot we were at who got into John Burke or if it was a group altogether. They're still fighting back there. Dante Yu going to get knocked off the racetrack. He'll hang on to it, lose a couple positions, and go on the defense from Cameron Weinberg. But Naveau, a 10th quicker than Norberg. Cicero, 3/10 quicker than Norberg. Will he work with Naveau? If they can work together just 1 or 2 more laps, they'll be good. No, he's going to go by him. Cicero going to go by. Naveau looking, not into 4.
Doesn't get the job done. That's not the way to do it. I think Cicero would rather try to get to second, then go reel in Norberg to try to do it together. Drivers involved early on, we said Trissini, Oscar Pinoza, Jacob Hoover was able to continue. I know Robert Soroka was one of the drivers. Enzo Gamarez involved as well. Some of the bigger movers coming up, Blake Nash and Ryan Vincent up a couple of spots. Nash up to 25th. Vincent goes to 24th. Jake Drew from 29th up to 17th. He's on the move, as is Frankie Mossman, up 9 spots. Zachary Clayman-Namello started at the tail of the field up to 18th in the main. He's in 8th right now for Zachary Clayman-Namello. 10 spots over the first 3 laps.
And again, all that battling back for 5th on back. Pedro Hiltbrand now going to get shoveled here. It looked like Martin Kremers was getting shoved a bit. There's Cole Morgan on the screen. I think that may have been Josh Campbell. Josh Campbell actually slowing there, headed on camera. Meanwhile, down the backstretch, this time Cicero stays tucked in line behind Neveau. He'll push him towards Norberg because last time they still gained a 1/10 of a second. They're gaining a little more now as Neveu's getting some help from Cicero. DeTulio hanging on, and we're down to a car length away.
Yeah, here's the big thing right now is the top 4 drivers are flat stretched away. They've got over 2 seconds on the next group with this Ramos, Hiltbrand, Massimino, and Clayman DeMello. They're long gone. This thing is really going to come down to 4 drivers. They're going to see if they can't drop DeTulio from the back. But it's Norberg, Neveau, Cicero, and DeTulio, the top 4. They've been able to do what you need to do early, and that's get away from the rest of the field. Diego Ramos all by himself, P5.
There we go here. Look at this mad skirmish led by Jeremy Fletcher. Then Cameron Weinberg in line. That looks to be Mossman behind him. There's Jake Drew and Dante Yu getting used up for the second time in the same corner over in turn 15 as they go through 17 here. Wide shot. Yu hangs on. But he just got dirty tires after dirty tires and just getting the wrong end of the stick here. Lap after lap, Drew to 15th. Jason Leung up 10 spots to 14th.
Zachary Clayman DeMello in the Bennick now into the 7th position. He's got a chance to go after Diego Ramos. He's just a couple of 1/10 of a second behind Paulie Massimino.
Pass for the lead. Almost made it. Sorry, just off camera. Thomas Neveau just tried to send it on Norberg, and now Neveau has fallen back to 3rd. Norberg hung on the outside, and he's got himself a big gap.
So there you go. Guys starting to get a little aggressive right now. Thomas Neveau was a little tired of waiting. When you don't make the move, this is what happens, though. Norberg now with probably about 7 or 8 tenths of a second. His teammate Cicero running 2nd, and then Neveau back into the 3rd spot ahead of DeTulio.
Thomas Neveau with arguably the fastest go-kart on the racetrack. Nate Cicero pushing him. They were running out of time. Norberg was finally starting to get going, and he closed down to only giving up maybe a couple hundredths. Now Neveau cleans his line up, cleans his tires off, trying to get back going towards DeTulio. Oh, we got more contact in the back of the field. A couple more drivers getting shoveled off, and one makes contact with the outside retaining wall in the last corner. Meanwhile, your leader, Norberg, the gap 7 tenths to Cicero. So Cicero's still getting a little bit of the tow, and we'll pick up some more drivers here in the grouping. There's Pedro Hiltbrand. He's by himself. Looks to be between 2 packs there. He's off the pack of 3 from Ramos, Massimino, and DeMello. And then he's ahead of Marian Kremers' group, which is Cole Morgan, Cameron Weinberg, purple on the racetrack, but 7.5 seconds back as of last time. Jeremy Fletcher, 12th, right behind him.
Yeah, Norberg now holding about a 7 tenths of a second lead on his teammate Nate Cicero. Neveau 3rd, DeTulio 4th. Still 2 seconds back to Diego Ramos, but they were about a couple of tenths quicker than DeTulio. I don't think that they're really going to have enough in terms of the fact that we're now, 7 laps in, 13 to go. I want to see whether Clayman DeMello can spool things up right now as he runs 6th. He was able to get up to the, actually both he and Massimino going by Ramos now there. That's the battle right there as they're coming through turns 2. A lot of action as Ramos goes back a couple of spots. Zachary Clayman DeMello aggressive on his way, working forward. Paulie Massimino will be next. Does he think he's faster? Does he think he can potentially reel in DeTulio? We'll see whether or not he goes to P3, or P4 rather.
Yeah, we'll find out here in a moment. There's Cole Morgan. He's running just ahead of Marian Kremers and Cameron Weinberg. Currently 10th, 11th, or 9th, 10th, and 11th as he just got by Kremers down the back straightaway. Your leader, Ryan Norberg, last time by was only 200ths better than Nate Cicero. Cicero pulling away from Thomas Neveau and Alessandro DeTulio up the road from these guys as Cole Morgan leads them into turn 15. We're going to see 12 laps to go this time by, 8 laps complete, and we'll give you the update on the times as they come across. Norberg, a 102.6. Cicero, a 102.47. The teammate a little bit better, and he's going to get into the draft here down the backstretch this time. Here's your leaders headed down to turn number 3. You can see Cicero's pulled away from Neveau and DeTulio. Yeah. He's getting to Norberg, making up some ground.
And if he gets there, put the check down because they'll be able to stretch away. There's no doubt if Cicero can get there and push away from him, this is going to be a Rollison 1-2 because Cicero's got a good kart here midway through. And a lot of the times with Norberg, as you know, they wait for that kart to come in. They know that he's going to be able to handle maybe a not perfect kart, the ill-handling kart early. They'll set those tire pressures to come in a little bit later in the race. So Norberg running very strongly out front with his teammate Cicero. They've got over a half a second back to Thomas Neveau.
Yeah, and Thomas Neveau's been doing everything he can here this season. It seems probably frustrating to him. He's been probably 3rd or fourth or fifth.
Yes.
Everywhere he's gone. I mean, he's never not been a contender when it comes to the KC Fantasy League. He's a really good safe pick because he's pretty much almost always in the hunt. But he has yet to get that win for the amount of podiums this kid has. And I say kid, he's getting up there in age now. He's starting to approach his 20s, I believe. Thomas Neveau has yet to get a SKUSA Pro Tour X30 Senior win. He's been so close so many times.
And again, double duty this year, right? Running in the Road to Indy in the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship with D-Force Racing. Expected to be a championship contender in a couple of weeks. We'll head to Barber Motorsports Park for a doubleheader there as well for USF. So he's running very strongly in that category. And really has, I think that's helped him dial things in here as a kart as well. Matured him a little bit. He's a very talented driver, very assertive. He just needs a little bit more pace. Look at this move to the inside. Book it. That's Weinberg. Cameron Weinberg to the inside of Cole Morgan. Move him up to 10th. He's got the fast lap of the race. I think that CRG's a hot rod right now. He's going to try to see if he can't reel in Hildebrand. That is for 9th, not 10th.
Yeah, Cameron Weinberg up in further through the top 10 here. Last time by, Nate Cicero chipped off another couple hundredths. Norberg beat him the lap before. Halfway in, halfway home. They're both finding their stride around the same time. So it's, again, mentor versus trainee between Ryan Norberg and Nate Cicero in this one. Neveau and DeTulio getting left behind them. Then there's this group here, Massimino, DeMello, Ramos, 5th, 6th, and 7th. Ramos was a little bit quicker last time by. Pedro Hiltbrand has really slowed down here since getting a great start to 5th. They battled enough. It allowed him to kind of stay safe in the 8th spot, but he is pretty slow compared to the drivers he's around. Cameron Weinberg should get there probably in a couple corners. Actually, just got him.
Yeah.
Another one. Hiltbrand already going backwards more so. Here comes Cole Morgan digging for more.
What a drive right now for Cameron Weinberg on the CRG for Speed Concepts Racing. Started all the way back in 17th, now up into the 8th spot. I don't know that he's going to be able to go any further forward. They're 2.1 seconds behind Diego Ramos. We'll look at lap times, but I think pretty much locked where he is right now, but lots of open racetrack. Nonetheless, a really strong run. Yeah, makes the pass on Morgan. On Morgan, and still gets the same, or on Hiltbrand rather, and still gets exactly the same lap time as Ramos in front of him. So a lot of movement behind Weinberg. He's able to get by Hiltbrand. Morgan and Kremers coming through as well.
Zach Clayman DeMello able to get by Paulie Massimino. That's for 5th on the racetrack. He made that move at the end of the back straightaway. And here's the wide shot to show you how far ahead the leaders are right now. Nate Cicero's coming. He's within half a second. Make it probably about 0.4 of a second this time by as they climb the curbing here in the right-left chicane. Ryan Norberg, Nate Cicero. Could be a two-driver teammate-on-teammate duel with 8 laps to go. Norberg getting hunted down by the 382, the kid from New York on his second season in the X30 Pro Senior class, his 3rd of the senior age ranks. Down the front stretch, 8 to go. Norberg a 102.3. Nate Cicero, fastest on the racetrack, 102.218. Goes purple, sets the fastest overall time.
Yeah, this is lining up nicely right now to see whether or not Cicero can keep this thing going. Does he have the speed to continue to find more and more pace? He's got it down to 0.4 of a second. Obviously in the draft here, just a little bit more will put him right on the rear bumper, and that would kind of set up for what could be a battle at the end. Is Norberg still holding a little bit back, but we see him go at least green. He's been turning really consistent 102.3s, while Cicero down to the 2s. Norberg, again, a guy that was well known for being able to blast out those consistent lap times. About 3 or 4 kart legs he's got on Cicero now. And again, 12 laps down. It'll be 13 to the books when they get back around 7 to go. This is essentially, as you said, a battle between these two drivers. The driver coach, the elder statesman of the RPG team, if you will, and kind of the new young gun who is making his move into car racing over this next year and a bit. Cicero, very impressive here today.
Yeah, Nate Cicero, big run here down the back straightaway. Look at him close up in the draft. 4 car lengths, 3, 2, down to a car and a half in the rev limiter zone. Into turn number 4, he's there. We're going to have a duel here with 7.5 to go for sure. You can see in the background, Thomas Neveau, Alessandro DeTulio, 3rd and 4th, digging for as hard as they can, but they're about 0.3 a lap slower than the top 2, who are on another level compared to everybody else. I mean, nobody down in the same time zone as those ones. The only one that even was close that time by was Tyler McIntyre down in 16th, but he got a little bit of a toe, I believe, off of the back of Dante Yu. One big note here, Blake Nash, 26 positions gained from the back of the grid, 40th to 14th here. He could probably get a couple more. He's followed Frankie Mossman and Jake Drew forward, and Blake Nash having a fantastic rookie drive here inside the top 15.
Yeah, that's an impressive run from deep in the field like that. 26 positions over what has been 13 laps. Xander, that's 2 spots per lap for Blake Nash. Great drive for him to work his way forward here. This is that run, though, coming down the backstreet. You can see Cicero closing a little bit in the brakes, using that draft as they come through 3 and 4. But is it too little too late? Does he have enough to throw something here at Ryan Norberg? As a teammate, doesn't have to worry about anybody behind him. He's got open track. There's that next group there with Clayman DeMello, Massimino, and Diego Ramos. Is it ZCD now into the 5th spot? I think it is, yeah, indeed, on the Bennett. It's P5 for Clayman DeMello.
Yeah, he's been there for a minute here. I don't know if they've traded while we've gone back off them, but ZCD leads that group. The leaders getting ready to fight. Nate Cicero, Ryan Norberg up front, coming closer and closer together. Here they come to the final corner. 2 car lengths apart, closer than they've been on most of the infield section. He'll close up here if he can get a good run through turn number 1. 6 to go. Make it 5 laps to go, 15 complete.
So what did I say about Ryan Norberg? They set that card up, right? It's not going to be real good at the start. Tire pressures, you name it. It's going to get better at the end. He just turned his fastest lap on lap number 15. 5 laps to go. Is this kart just starting to come in for Ryan Norberg? We know we've seen good laps out of Cicero. Lap 13, his best. So both these karts really starting to be where they need to be. But Norberg starting to get comfortable. Just turned his best lap, a 102.247. Still not as good as Cicero last lap, but we'll see whether or not Norberg goes green again this next lap. Can he get down and go purple? Norberg got his teammate Cicero behind him. We're counting the laps down. 4 to go next time by.
Well, the other thing with Nate Cicero to keep in mind here is that he now is in the point where he can pull up in the draft on the back straightaway at will and just kind of ride onto the bumper every single lap. So as we come to 4 to go, if he can ride there for another lap or 2, maybe 2, all the way till the 2 to go signal, and cool his tires back down, he'll have much better tires than Norberg, who is probably pushing to try and get away from him. Again, you saw that gap get to 4 car lengths. Look at him eat it up down the backstretch, and Cicero, he's just chilling.
Yeah, he could have went by, right? He 100% could have went by.
So he is saving his stuff. I'd bet here probably for a 2 to go battle. Norberg knows that's the only place he's probably going to have to defend because of the way he's geared, because you can see the massive run he gets coming through the infield sector. Cicero, on the other hand, if he gets by Norberg there, he'll have to block heavily here in these sections and be careful not to get over-undered. But again, a mano-a-mano fight. We saw a pack fight yesterday. This is straight up a duel, and it's going to come all the way down to the wire. 3 laps to go this time by. Ryan Norberg versus Nate Cicero to conclude the weekend. What a weekend here the X30 Senior class has put on for us.
They teach you in school, or you write that short story, that novel, to build it up, right? The build up to get to the climax. That's what we've got going on here. Very calm, everything's settling in. Both drivers turning 102.2s. Where is it going to happen? Things are calm right now. Cicero gets another big run down the straightaway. Does he try it? He does. Here comes Cicero to the inside. Book it. He gets it before the turn in. Nate Cicero, the new leader, pulls the trigger on lap number 18.
And it couldn't have gone over better because, again, the drivers, they may or may not admit it, but they are only halfway keeping count on the lap counter on their screen. They are going off the 2 to go signal. We got problems for Jeremy Fletcher over in turn number 5. He just pulled off to the side of the racetrack. The camera guy just missed it here, so we haven't switched to it yet, but that's what the yellow flags are waving for. Jeremy Fletcher is out. He was running 10th in the 322 GWR Tony Kart. The anvil continues, man.
Listen, he's up in one side and down on the other side. It's so tough for Jeremy Fletcher. They'll get that cart out of the way. You want to make sure that corner stays green. Here goes Norberg back to the inside in turn number 17. He'll go back to the lead. 2 to go this time by. Rawlson versus Rawlson. It's Norberg versus Cicero.
The good news for them, they got 3.3 seconds back to Alessandro Di Tullio and Thomas Neveau. Plenty of time to battle as much as they want. Here's Norberg to the bottom. Cicero almost clear around the outside. Not going to do it, and Norberg stays narrow. Wow. Doesn't want to get crossed up. Here comes a defensive driving lesson, Nate. You better find a way to beat it and pass this test. Norberg, the teacher, leads them coming out, and again, he's got the gear. He can do that and not lose too much. Here they go to 10.
Oh, I like that run. Different line through turn number 8 for Cicero, a little wider. Got a great run through 9 over to 10, and Cicero's all over him. Again, as Xander had said, the student versus the teacher right now, the veteran versus a driver with just a couple of years of karting experience. He's been up front for the last couple of years, though, in Nate Cicero. Can he find a way by Ryan Norberg? Norberg, a bit of an offense to the entry of turn number 17. White flag, 1 to go. Who will win it? X30 Senior.
Norberg went all the way to the outside runoff coming out of turn 17. You see he's going all the way wide out of 1, trying to carry the speed. Here comes the run down the back straightaway. Norberg leaving some of the door open. Cicero goes to the outside anyway. Norberg going to block. Does he overshoot it? Cicero can't get there, and that's going to hurt him here going to the S's. Final time through, Norberg with a car length lead. Cicero needs to get closer. Norberg blocked, not knowing how close he is. Cicero a little slide. Here they come to 10.
And you mentioned it. If he didn't get the job done on the back straightaway, did the gearing, would it be enough for Norberg? He'll hold 3 kart lengths out of turn number 10 through 11. It's only going to be a couple more spots here for Cicero. This is where you got to throw it in. Can you do it in 15? Otherwise, it's 17. Checkers or wreckers here for Cicero, or is he thinking championship? Right there at turn number 15, over to 17. It's not going to happen. Big run here for Norberg, and the veteran driver will win in New Orleans. Norberg winning on Sunday, round 2, victor in X30 Senior. It's a Rollison Performance Group. 1-2. Norberg with the win by 0.3 of a second over Nate Cicero. Thomas Naveau coming up over top of Alessandro DeTulio. Naveau in third, DeTulio fourth. Clayman DeMello up 13 spots from 18th to finish in fifth. Paulie Massimino sixth. Diego Ramos in seventh. Cameron Weinberg up 9 spots, 17th to 8th rather. His last lap his best. Marion Kremers 9th. Cole Morgan 10th. And 29 spots, 40th to 11th for Blake Nash, almost into the top 10. Great drive for the Nash Motorsports driver. But up front, we got treated to a mano-a-mano battle. Ryan Norberg versus Nate Cicero. And Xander, you called it, 5 laps to go. Cicero was going to need to make the pass on the back straightaway because gearing-wise and just the way Norberg was and the way he was going to be able to run the line, he was going to be able to dominate the infield section.
Yeah, he was. Again, Nate Cicero knew that. I'm surprised he didn't get a little more aggressive going down to the dirty part of the racetrack into 4 and try and park it because he knew from the lap prior how Norberg was going to defend and then go narrow. He wasn't going to be able to cross him over. Norberg was going to cover that. Had he gone all the way to the grass in that extra lane Norberg kind of left down there, I'd like to think he would have been able to get it. At the same time, of course, you can pick it apart, right? He didn't go uber defensive once he got by Norberg. And arguably, he was a little bit slower. Just the draft kind of pulled him in those last few laps. But he gave him a lot of respect. Didn't want to throw his race away, obviously. Like you said, he could be thinking championship because now he's got 2 consecutive top 5 results. Norberg's penalties put him 9th yesterday. Yeah. So Nate Cicero, the overall on the weekend, I think probably the highest score.
And look at the last lap. Norberg quicker by almost 0.2 of a second, and that was it. He was faster coming out of turn 17, quicker through the first couple of corners, 1 and 2, that combination. And Cicero just wasn't as close as he was the last couple of laps where he literally closed up and could have passed at will. Wasn't close enough this time. Norberg then a magic lap on the final circuit. He's able to get the job done. But again, for Rollison Performance Group, who was not happy with the way things shook down yesterday, Mike Rollison, even though he had 4 drivers in the top 10, that was not enough. That was not acceptable. He wants 1, 2, 3. He'll take 1 and 2.
He'll take that. Again, big kudos to him. Thomas Naveau, Alessandro DeTulio. Kudos to them, too. The lone Kart Republic and Paralyn drivers anywhere near the top 10 here. And they were able to go 3rd and 4th really on their own. Again, DeTulio completely by himself, the lone X30 driver for the Paralyn USA team. Naveau at least was able to share some data, I believe, this week with the Nash Motorsports squad, and that helps him out a little bit. Blake Nash probably benefited from that also.
Yeah, you're right.
Getting to learn from one of the veterans who's got countless podiums and a bunch of major victories coming up the junior ranks in Thomas Naveau. You go down through the order here. Again, Carson Morgan picked up 12. Hayden Jones up 14. Leonardo Hassan up 13. Jake Drew got going up, and then it seemed like the pace just wasn't all the way there, and he kind of got shafted on the final lap too because he was running up around what looks to be maybe 11th, and then in the final corner just got shuffled all the way to the wayside, ends up 17th. Anna Greenemeyer 20th. John Burke just really got used up that whole main event. Ends up 21st. And going down on through, Dalton Haynes kept it going, ends up 32nd. Obviously, lots of DNFs in this one. Fletcher, Eden Rudolph, Pedro Hiltbrand, Laurent Legault, Santiago Trissini obviously looked like the driver that went off and got ejected from the go-kart was okay, but carnage in the first lap over in 4.
But listen, the way we wanted to end this weekend for sure, and now that it's done, once again, no red flags on the day, no red flags on the weekend whatsoever. There was a couple of incidents with drivers off the racetrack, but no red flags, which is obviously a super positive for the way to kick off this year's SKUSA Pro Tour. We wanted a great battle, and we got it, Xander. It wasn't a bunch of drivers up front. It wasn't 6 guys from different teams going at it, but it was one of those chess match deals which we were able to build the momentum for, that crescendo to get to that final lap battle between a couple of drivers in the Rawls Performance tent. I like it when it's a couple drivers battling under the tent, kind of a Formula 1-esque kind of thing. At the very least, be the fastest guy in your tent. This was for the win. Norberg versus Cicero. Nate went for it, got the lead. Ryan was able to get it back, and the bottom line is that was just a really strong race and a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, really strong race altogether. So they're going to push their way through the scale lines here. We're going to go to commercial. When we come back, post-race interviews and, of course, podium ceremonies to come later on, beginning with the Pro X30 Senior debrief here. Ryan Norberg, your winner on Sunday. Nate Cicero second. Thomas Nevo completing the top 3.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Well, we are just about all wrapped up here on the day, Rob. We've got some post-race interviews to get to here. First step, of course, Blake Nash. Big shout-out to him.
Man.
Heck of a drive forward.
Wow. And again, against this field, right? Ends up, 29 positions forward, I think we said, all the way up here. Great job for Blake. That's, again, in a 20-lap race against some of these guys, at least 1 or 2 carts per lap. Great drive for Blake.
Well, let's hear from him. He's down with our Jenna Tommy. Tommy.
Sorry about that. I'm here with Blake Nash, up 29 spots in the final. Blake, where'd you start, where'd you finish, and how'd you get to where you were?
So I started 40th, which was like 5 away from dead last, and I finished 11th. We just found a lot of pace in the main event. We were lacking a little bit of pace all weekend, and we set the car back to stock pretty much because we know that's fast, and it was on rails.
That's awesome. What's it like racing for Nash?
I mean, there's no better vibe, there's no better feel. Nash is the best. We were 1, 2, 3 in the warm-up. We got quick carts and quick drivers, so yeah.
Lots of brains and lots of engines. Who do you want to thank for helping you out this weekend?
I got to thank Nash Motorsports, my Uncle Matt for the engines and P1 engines. I got to thank my mechanic Wood, my data guys Enzo, and all my sponsors from the Ashes Embroidery, Electrical Source Holdings, AIM, Offset, just so many people.
Great drive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blake Nash again, just another one of the many talented rookies we got in this year's freshman class.
Agreed. Yeah.
I mean, he's, again, kind of coming into his own stride here. He's got some good results here today. Had a podium back at the Rock Florida Winter Tour. He'll go out west. I think he'll be really good when we get over to Utah Motorsports Campus. He was really fast last year in KA.
We've been talking a lot about this kid over the last couple of years, last year at least, right? To stepping it up. And again, this race here, to be able to finish a race off like that when you've struggled maybe throughout the weekend a bit, be able to come in here on Sunday and get that result, I think that's big for Blake.
I think so, too, here. We've got Nate Cicero now down on the grid. We'll send it on down to Jenna. Jenna?
Thanks, Xander. Nate Cicero, you battled with Ryan Norberg, who most people thought was unstoppable this weekend. He got you, but student, teacher, whatever. What's it like racing with Ryan?
Yeah, it's pretty awesome. We've had a couple of crashes in the last year at least, so it was nice to have a great race with him. Super fun.
Yeah, I'm glad it was fun. What is it like racing for RPG, who's consistently at the top? How's it feel?
It's just nice going into a weekend knowing you have the best equipment. You're going to be up front if you put in a good performance, and Ryan and I showed that today. We were pretty clear of the field, so awesome stuff from the team.
Yeah, now about that race, what was it like battling Ryan? Where did you feel you were weaker, stronger?
I had a little bit of contact in the first few laps, and kart felt a little bit abnormal. I guess it wasn't too bad. We were still really quick, so we were really even, I think.
Yeah. Do you think that on the straight you could have passed Ryan if you threw it in?
Maybe, but I wanted to do it towards the end. Yeah. So, and then I made a few mistakes in the back section, so wasn't able to get close enough, but still pretty good.
Yeah, well, mistakes happen, but you have a team backing you. Who do you want to thank this weekend?
The whole team has been amazing this weekend, especially after last weekend. I struggled quite a bit. My mechanic Stuart again, we made some changes going into the final, which really worked, and my parents for letting me race.
Awesome race, Nate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nate Cicero again, so close here today, man. I mean, I think with how quick he was early on, it would not be far-sighted to think that maybe he was going to be able to get ahead of Norberg and walk away a little bit had the race played out a little bit differently.
How much different you think the atmosphere would have been at Rawls and Performance Group? Right now it's probably pretty happy, right? Yeah, Ryan, he's supposed to win races. Nate threw it at him. It was really good. Might have been a little bit different dynamic, and Nate walked around as, the big man winning that battle inside the tent.
Definitely might have been a little bit different, obviously, when you kind of disturb the norm nonetheless. We've, SKUSA's been vigilant here this weekend. They've been claiming a few major motors throughout all the classes here. They claimed, let's see, the
X30 Senior motor of Ryan Norberg is being claimed. This is SKUSA actually claiming the motors. They're going to bring them back and tear them down at home. People are always talking about people cheating, whatever it may be. SKUSA's actually claiming motors, bringing them back, and they're going to tear them down. Ryan Norberg's motor, Jeremy Fletcher's motor, and Troy Ferguson's engine is going to get torn down as well. So
and
three
to
that I can see
clarify,
right
that's
now.
Fletcher in KA100 Senior.
Yeah,
so
in
pretty
KA.
much the three guys who all this weekend had dominant performances, all three of those are going to get impounded, taken over to SKUSA, claimed by SKUSA, and they're going to go through them, check them out, and obviously make sure there's no funny business going around. They've had all kinds of different rules through over the years. There's obviously the post-race tech inspection with heavy teardown, but then beyond that we've had claim rules. We've had now with the series claim rule, anything to try and keep overall level playing
And
field.
this is it. Take them home and let the crew tear them down to nothing and measure everything, make sure everything's absolutely perfect. So, again, this is SKUSA taking a step forward to try to kind of quell some of the rumors. The people are talking about the fact that maybe some people are cheating here on engines.
Well, it's always good here when we come back from a SKUSA race again. The second day in a row, both days today, no red flags, no one going to the ambulance. That is phenomenal stuff from any major event here. Over 225. I think we probably touched 240 somewhere. We were a massive turnout again here in New Orleans. Once again for the SuperCarts USA Pro Tour. This ends my part of the broadcast. You'll see Rob Howden, of course, calling the podium ceremonies when we come back from commercial break in a little bit. It's been a pleasure for myself here, Xander Clemens, along with everyone at Kart Chaser. If you can't tune in for Podium, we appreciate you tuning in. If you will, you'll get to see this guy behind once again here. Always a pleasure, Rob.
You too, my friend.
Good stuff. We'll see you guys after the break. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Paralyn USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Paralyn Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalyNUSA.com. If you're looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com. And one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com. Parallel USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parallel Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParalleLUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits the driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is. Braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, drive in the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jecco Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete in all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun, family atmosphere. Try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun, sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com. USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com.
I'm David Serra, 18-time Australian karting champion, and we're launching Kart Class. Kart Class is an advanced digital training program that suits a driver who's just starting out in the sport, all the way to the driver looking to win a national championship. In this program, you're going to be learning about how to find the ideal racing line and what an apex is, braking and throttle markers, wet weather racing lines, and how to overtake other competitors. We target how to brake in the wet weather, and we look on the mental side of kart racing as well with our mental skills coach. At the completion of this program, you'll be lighting up purple sectors in qualifying, know when to defend on the opening laps, and how to pressure your opposition into mistakes. We teach you the tools to be resilient and how to get in the right frame of mind before a race. We look to complete the whole package by getting a strong mindset, a driving style to suit all conditions, strategizing your race, and getting the last 1% from your team. We'll teach you how to win the final lap of a race, driving the wet like Max Verstappen, and creating the perfect bubble for yourself to mentally be in the zone. To find out more, click the link below.
Kart Store USA is a kart parts supplier that racers and retailers can count on when they need reliable advice and service. We focus on servicing all racers with honesty and pride while maintaining customer satisfaction. We carry a full stock of Kart Republic and Tony Kart chassis, as well as IAMI and Vortex Rock engines. We've also got a host of other parts available and in stock, such as products from Rev Performance Materials, Jekko Racing Seats, and more. We have a 100% satisfaction guarantee, and on top of that, if your order exceeds $200, shipping is on us. Check out all we have to offer today by visiting us online at kartstore-usa.com. As the Western importer of the Praga and Formula K chassis brands, Leading Edge Motorsports is a high-performance kart shop and race team with a simple mission: teach others the joy of high-performance driving, supply our customers with the highest quality products and services, and most of all, win races. With our remarkable racing inventory, expert services, and top-ranked national-level team to back it up, we'll help to get your new kart racing package up and running fast. From arrive and drive service to kart preparation and driver coaching to the parts you need to get you back on the racetrack, Leading Edge Motorsports is the industry answer. Group A Apparel, designed for the athlete and all of us. Check out more online at groupAapparel.com. Parolin USA, a top-level performance team with unmatched hospitality, offering a full-service driver development program with year-round testing available in Miami, Florida, and the official North America racing team of Parolin Racing Chassis. Chassis and parts available at ParolinUSA.com. Looking for top-grade equipment, look no further than Rev Performance Materials engine mounts, sprockets, and arcade chains. Available online now at RevPerformanceMaterials.com and through a dealer near you. The highest quality material, built to the highest quality standards. Rev Performance Materials.
I'm Billy Vincent, owner of MPG Motorsports. What we do at MPG is we try to keep it a nice, fun family atmosphere, try to combine sort of the bigger things and of the bigger teams and the professionalism down with sort of some of the fun sort of family-oriented atmosphere. We try to not only develop drivers, but also the parents and the families for just in knowledge in general in motorsports. It all starts in karting. What we try to do is try to help the drivers, the moms, the dads understand the sport of motorsports in general, not just karting, but what it takes to get all the way up through. Whether you end up wanting to be a driver or a mechanic or an engineer, you know, we can help you with that, and that's what we're here for. If you're interested in joining us at MPG, our home base is at Whiteland Raceway Park in Indianapolis, and you can contact us at info@willpowerkart.com, and one of our great people will reach out to you, and we'll try to put the best program together.
Overdrive Motorsports is more than just another full-service kart shop. Beyond our excellent service and more than 20 years of experience, we also offer a number of aftermarket parts and upgrades, such as our own proprietary pedal kit and the only aftermarket rock shifter mount in North America. Check us out online at odkarts.com.